Chapter 701. I was standing in an empty, pure white space. Having become familiar with the pattern by now, I muttered calmly. So, this is your mental world. I turned my head and soon found what I was looking for. In the very center of this white space, there was only one lonely throne. Right in front of the throne, with a pool of ink-black energy spread beneath him, Nightbringer lay collapsed in human form, dying. I walked toward him, making a steady sound with my footsteps. Nightbringer, who was continually coughing up black blood, looked at me. The light had already faded from his golden eyes. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. No, now I should call you Dawnbringer. Persistent, strong, and above all, so tenacious that it's almost annoying. You really are just like your great ancestor. Nightbringer murmured in a more relaxed voice, having closed his eyes tightly. I've lost. You're admitting it rather coolly. Given that I had come back to life and attacked him repeatedly, I thought he'd grumble. I can't accept this outcome. Unexpectedly, Nightbringer accepted his defeat calmly. We both used all the means at our disposal and, in the end, I fell. I have no choice but to admit it. Nightbringer, struggling to breathe, lifted his head to look at the sky. I'm not upset about losing to you. What upsets me is... I also looked up at the sky, following his gaze. That I couldn't ruin their cycle of tragedies. Their game of destruction. The white ceiling of his mental world turned transparent, revealing the sky of the real world. They're there. Now that you've gained divinity, you should be able to see them. Nightbringer glared at the sky and growled. Face their malice, watching my death and your futile struggle for amusement. In the dazzling morning sunlight, amidst the darkness that was now completely dispersing, I saw them clearly, countless eyes floating in the darkness. The enormous eyes of the outer gods, which had become almost familiar, were looking down on us. Observing the world's destruction, finding joy in the tragedy, Nightbringer pronounced each word with seething hatred. The observing foreign gods, the watching constellations, the tragedy enthusiasts, the Watchers. I called out their name. The Watchers. Yes, they are the ones who turned this land into a world on a chessboard, enjoying our struggles with fate, the architects of the game of destruction. From within the fading darkness, the countless enormous eyes stared desperately at Nightbringer and me. Behold, the one who has newly gained the right to sit on the throne. The patched-together divinity. Nightbringer, having accepted his defeat, seemed determined to persuade me. Look at this world that has become nothing more than a plaything. Can you truly be content with a world where you are a clown being mocked? A world where, regardless of your will, you are endlessly toyed with by others. Wouldn't it be better if such a world were to disappear? Nightbringer's logic was consistent. From the moment we first met until now, or perhaps since he was born in that distant mythological age until now, he seemed to have been driven by a single goal. In the end, we are mere actors dancing on the stage they have set, according to the story they have written. What a meaningless, futile, and vain life this is. I sought to rebel against this fate. That is why I tried to close this world. So, Dawnbringer, if you have realized the truth of this world, it is not too late. In this world, which is merely a playground for the foreign gods, rather than living as their toy, he would rather destroy the world with his own hands and end this game of destruction. Rather than be mocked, he would choose self-destruction. That was the consistent will that had brought him here. That was Nightbringer. You can bring an end to this contradictory world, Dawnbringer. But I looked up at the sky again. I met the eyes that were staring desperately in this direction. Perhaps because I had gained divinity and the right to stand on the same level as them, I felt like I could understand those foreign gods a little. Without a doubt, in their eyes, there was pure malice, like the gaze of a child looking down at an anthill. But why? To me, those gazes felt familiar. Immediately I realized, Of course they were familiar. The way those foreigners looked at this world, at me, was exactly like the viewer's gaze when Retroaddict was broadcasting. Filled with malice, yet there was also a hint of goodwill mixed in. I could definitely feel it. For some reason, I felt like laughing. I couldn't help but smile. And then I spoke. What's wrong with becoming a source of amusement? What? Nightbringer looked puzzled. I continued. What's wrong with being a clown and being mocked? What are you talking about now? My main personality was composed of that of Retroaddict. That streamer who loved games. That clown who danced for amusement. If my life isn't shameful, then what's wrong with being a clown, with being amusement? If someone found joy in my antics, if they laughed at my clowning, that wouldn't be so bad. What? What are you talking about? Nightbringer stammered, genuinely not understanding. I straightened my shoulders and looked up at the sky. Even if my entire life is a meaningless story shouted by a nameless actor on stage, it doesn't matter. Even if life is nothing more than a foolish dance performed by a nameless clown on stage, it's fine. Because that is also undoubtedly a life. No matter what kind of life I live. Because there was someone who acknowledged that my life was beautiful from its very core. Don't you dare arbitrarily judge that just because I was born as a clown mocked on stage, that my life is meaningless, that my life will be unhappy. I lowered my gaze from the sky and looked at Nightbringer. The only one who can define my life is me. With my hand on my chest, feeling the warm pulse inside, I spoke with conviction. And this is beautiful. Nightbringer's face, which had been in a daze, was now filled with anger. You, Dawnbringer, so you agree with their play of destruction and amusement? That's not it. I shook my head. The play of destruction, which views only tragedy while destroying the world, was flawed from its very conception. Then why? But your decision to destroy the stage just because the play is flawed is even more wrong. I smirked. You have a small mind, Nightbringer. Nightbringer stammered, perhaps unable to follow the sudden shift in conversation. What? I will not destroy the stage. I raised one hand, stopping it in midair, then clenched it into a fist. I will destroy the system of the play of destruction itself. Nightbringer's golden eyes widened in shock. I continued. I will rebel against that enormous will that repeats all these tragedies, against this entire universe. I touched the leather necklace around my neck, the one I received after clearing Stage 0. Necklace of the Rebel. The necklace of a player who rebels against fate. I now truly understood the meaning of why a player rebels against fate. Both I and Nightbringer were rebels. We were all players who wanted to defy the fate of destruction. But our directions were different. He tried to destroy the world that was the stage to ruin the play of destruction. I will destroy the play of destruction itself. So, although we may be the same actors, the same rebels, the same players, I can say that I am slightly more magnanimous than you. Nightbringer, who had been looking at me in a daze with his mouth slightly open, stammered. How exactly do you plan to destroy the play of destruction? How exactly will you rebel against this universe? It's a pity that I can't show you that, Nightbringer. At my words, Nightbringer flinched. His limbs began to turn into black powder and disappear, and the speed was accelerating rapidly. Nightbringer's end was near. We were able to have a brief conversation before dying due to the resonance between the draconian species, but it seems it's the end now. Nightbringer, who had calmly accepted his death, looked at me with trembling eyes. Dawnbringer, if you truly intend to carry out such a great rebellion, if you intend to walk the path of a true prince to establish a new dynasty. He placed his hand on his chest, drew out a black flame, and handed it to me. Take my flame as well. If your will is true, my blood and my soul will aid you. I stared at the flame Nightbringer handed over. He is my enemy. He killed my people, destroyed my city, and sought to bring about the world's end. I will never forgive him, but I extended my hand and slowly accepted his flame, because I knew I would need this flame for the path I was about to walk. I took his flame as my spoils of war. The black dragon's flame did not get absorbed into my body, but instead orbited around me as if it were revolving, then combined with the necklace of the rebel around my neck. One last thing to tell you. After absorbing his essence, I dryly spat out, "Go to hell, wicked dragon." Night Bringer, bursting into a hearty laugh, bitterly murmured, "There's nowhere else for me to go anyway. Even though you must despise me, thank you for talking to me until the end." "No need to thank me," I whispered to him coldly, and with a faint hint of blurred sympathy, "because it was to remain human, and to gain even a little more clues to conquer this world. That's why I talked with you." Nightbringer burst into hearty laughter once more. "I have no regrets in life, but not being able to see the end of your rebellious path is unfortunate." Already, most of his body had turned into black particles, and he murmured with a dazed expression as if dreaming, "By the way, it's a strange thing." His golden eyes, now turned black, slowly closed. "The woman who said she'd follow soon, until I died and revived once again, I haven't seen her." Every last piece of Nightbringer turned into black powder and vanished. In the empty white space, the royal scepter he had carried lay alone before the throne. The royal scepter symbolizing the kingship of the Lake Kingdom, and the rights held by the Nightmare King of Kings. After picking it up, I slowly raised my head. The shroud of darkness in the sky had almost completely disappeared. Within the last remaining fragments of the shroud, the eyes briefly flashed one last time. "Watch closely from there." With clenched teeth, a smile tugging at my lips, "I will show you the greatest rebellion in the universe." With that declaration, I turned my back on the throne, and began to walk to leave this lonely space. I was about to exit the mental world. At the edge of this collapsing white space, someone stood. I slowly approached him. His entire body was shattered like broken pottery, with the empty interior clearly visible. White ash scattered from his body. Despite the cracks and holes in his face, he still held an inexplicable, relaxed smile. The man who had burned to white ash. I called his name. "Born Hater." Then the real Ash smiled. I instinctively knew it was time to say goodbye. Chapter 702. Born Hater. When I called out, the real Ash smiled and called me back. "Dawn Bringer." I rubbed my arm as I got goosebumps for a moment, and then I murmured cautiously, "No. Something about calling each other by titles feels a bit weird." It was like when people who knew each other online met offline for the first time and called each other by their online nicknames. "Excuse me, are you Black Prince King Supreme? Ah, so you're my wife Serenade? Isn't this exactly how it feels? Gah. So what? Is there a better way to distinguish us than by middle names?" But the real Ash seemed completely unconcerned. A natural-born fantasy man must have a different perception. I awkwardly called his middle name again. "Yeah, Born Hater. You've been through a lot." "You too, Dawnbringer." Born Hater smiled with a face like broken pottery. "You've done well so far, so I'm sure you'll do well in the upcoming battles too. I have only one request." And Born Hater said this. "Be happy." After hesitating for a moment, I cautiously asked, "Are you talking about Serenade?" "You should of course make Serenade happy. That's obvious and doesn't need to be said." I rested my chin on my hand and hummed. "Then, other people? That's your duty as a king, and what I want to ask is..." Born Hater reached out and pressed my chest with his fingertip. "You yourself." Looking at me, who was dumbfounded as if I'd been hit on the back of my head, Born Hater smiled with his lips slightly bitten. "There will be many hardships ahead, but I hope you find peace at the end of it. All the hatred, all the sorrow, all the wounds I was born with, I will take them with me when I disappear, so please, sincerely with blessings." He said this. "Be happy, me." And then Born Hater turned around and walked toward the edge of the collapsing white space. I urgently asked, "Where are you going, Born Hater?" "It's time to disappear." His voice was calm as he walked. "As you inherited all the legacy from Duskbringer, you are no longer just a secondary personality. You have become a complete soul with a spirit." Born Hater shrugged his shoulders as if saying, "Who would have thought that the pawn that fell to the bottom would truly return as a queen? Although I'm still in pieces, you're in much better shape than me. So baton touch. I've handed over the flag to you, and now it's time for me to disappear." His entire body started to break and scatter. "Don't worry, I've left everything you need. All the memories of strategies, combat experiences, they'll all remain within you. You'll still be able to summon doppelgangers or build walls as much as you want. Thanks to that, I can finally rest easy."
Ah, really?
His voice, turning into white powder and scattering, was relieved and just a bit sorrowful. It was a long and exhausting fight. "Then, goodbye. I'm going to take a little nap now." Staring blankly at his back as he walked away. "Born Hater." I rushed and grabbed his shoulder. Just grabbing him made white ashes scatter and turn my body white. But I didn't mind at all, and I said to him, who looked back in surprise, "Let's go together." "What?" "Until the end. Let's go together." I nodded seriously. "Towards the true ending, no, beyond that to life. Together." Born Hater, stuttering as if he was at a loss for words, let out a hollow laugh. "Hey, Dawnbringer, my past is uglier than you think. Even in this round, I got regression amnesia, made people die who didn't have to die, and committed all sorts of heinous acts." Born Hater tightly clenched his trembling hands. "It's not just this round. Under the pretext of saving the world, for countless, innumerable times, I pushed countless people into the pits of hell. You, who will open the new era, Dawnbringer, don't deserve such a dirty burden. Born Hater should die as Born Hater for the sake of us all. It's still okay." I spoke with conviction. "It's okay, so let's go together. Will you even accept someone like me?" Born Hater's voice trembled. "Will you even become someone like me?" I was the same. I recalled the guilt that remained at my core. In all 742 of those games, I always threw my characters to their deaths. For the efficient completion of the entire game, I threw countless subordinates to their deaths without a shred of remorse. I never questioned those actions. I was a monster obsessed with efficiency, knowing nothing but strategy, seeing people not as people, but as mere pawns. "Your sins are my sins too." Facing Born Hater's bewildered face, I grinned. "And my sins are your sins too. We are the same. I won't arbitrarily forgive the ugliness you committed. But," I slowly spread my arms wide, "we will regret it together, we will suffer together, and we will think together about how to correct those wrongs. So, let's go together, Born Hater. There is no such thing as a purely beautiful life. Everyone has an ugly side. I don't want to pretend it doesn't exist or ignore it. I want to acknowledge my ugliness and move forward to the next step. So let's go together, my Born Hater." From his heavily cracked face, down his shattered cheeks like an empty vase, white ash flowed and fell. "Really?" Then, with that broken face, he smiled brightly, unbelievably brilliantly, and with open arms he approached me. "No backing out later, okay?" I chuckled. "That's obvious." We hugged. Born Hater's entire body shattered like a sandcastle, and the white ash poured over me. Eventually, all those white particles shone brilliantly and were absorbed into my soul. Finally, Born Hater's voice echoed faintly. "All right, let's go. To the end of this path. Together." When I blinked once, he was no longer there. But I knew. The real and the fake, Born Hater and Dawnbringer, had finally become one. Feeling a bit awkward, I looked down at my body with a strange feeling, and I muttered, I've literally become ash. And in the next moment, I returned to the real world from the mental realm. I realized that I was standing on the corpse of the black dragon, and that I still held the flag of light in my hand. The warm sunlight was falling on my head. Finally, the darkness had lifted, and the whole world, having regained its colors, was emitting countless hues like a prism. In this world, though hideously destroyed, more beautiful than any landscape I had ever seen. Your Highness dash. People were running towards me. Heroes were pouring out of La Mancha, which had made an emergency landing on the other side of the field, and people were running from the collapsed walls of Crossroad to the end of this field. Everyone was crying. While weeping and sobbing, they were running with open arms as if to embrace me. The snow that had been pouring from the sky stopped, melted under the sunlight, and scattered brilliantly in the air. Under those beams of light, I smiled. It was the most devastating defeat, yet the most exhilarating victory ever. Stage 40, clear. Stage MVP, Ash, EX. Level up characters, Ash, EX, and 168 others, expand list. Deceased characters, Duskbringer, SSR. Noboj, SR. 188 others, expand list. Injured characters, Evangeline, SSR, and 254 others, expand list. Deceased and injured captured monsters, Scalian, SSR. Captured monster deceased. 30 others, expand list. Items acquired, Lake Kingdom Royal Scepter EX1. Black Dragon Heart EX1. Black Dragon Magic Core, SSR 8. Others. Calculating. Stage clear rewards have been given. Please check your inventory. EX Grade Reward Box 1. SSR Grade Reward Box 8. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Lake Kingdom. Violet slowly opened her trembling eyes. Ha! South Field of Crossroad. Lying sprawled on the dirt ground, Violet slowly wriggled her fingers and toes. She was intact. Ha! Ha! Violet hurriedly raised her hand and checked her body. Sure enough, she was completely uninjured. Ha! What is this? Violet, confused, realized that bright sunlight was touching her face. Shocked, she sprung up like a spring. The sky was clear. The world was bright. Morning had returned. Nightbringer had fallen. The World Guardian Front had protected the world once again. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Violet let out a laugh mixed with joy and confusion in a silly voice. So how was she still alive? She had been thrown into the air, and Nightbringer's dragon-like roar had been right in front of her. How could she still be alive, her limbs intact? Ha! The answer was right beside her. Violet noticed the dragon lying next to her and shouted urgently. Parikian? The black dragon's claw, Parikian, was torn to shreds and dying. Only then did Violet remember why she was unharmed. She recalled the last moment before losing consciousness. Parikian had caught her falling through the air, taken the dragon roar for her, and then crashed to the ground. As a result, Violet was safe, but Parikian had sustained fatal injuries. Why? For someone like me, Violet knew. If Parikian had abandoned her, he would have been safe. Parikian's mission was only to take Violet to Nightbringer's head. If he had used his speed to escape at that moment, he could have gotten away safely. But Parikian had thrown himself to save Violet, and now he was dying. Are you okay, Violet? Then, from Parikian's shattered chest, his usual mechanical voice flowed out faintly. I can no longer detect magic. I can't check your condition. Are you hurt? I'm fine, you idiot lizard. Violet crawled on her knees to Parikian's side, tears streaming down her face. Why did you save me? If you hadn't saved me, you would be alive. You showed me. Parikian's answer was unexpected. That night you showed me the stars. What? It wasn't just the stars. You showed me this world. So, it was worth risking my life for you. Violet shook her head in disbelief. Everything I showed you was an illusion, you fool. It was just a lie that seemed real. It doesn't matter. Was it her imagination? Violet felt like Parikian's mechanical voice had a slight smile. Because I loved that lie. Parikian. My life was always in total darkness. I had no eyes, no ears, no nose, no mouth. I spent endless time in a darkness where nothing was visible. Violet placed her hand on Parikian's unmoving body. With a faint mechanical hum, Parikian's blue magic gathered where her hand touched. It felt like they were holding hands, Violet thought. But you were the first to bring light to my world. In my world, which was entirely black, you brought color. Like holding a palette full of paint, you came into my heart and painted my world with countless colors. Parikian's mechanical voice grew fainter, and at the same time it contained a faint warmth. The starry sky that night was the most beautiful scene I had ever seen in my life. So, I have enough reasons to die for you. Wiping her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, Violet slowly moved her hand to Parikian's shattered head, and she showed him one last illusion, the view of this world bathed in brilliant sunlight. Ah! Like paint spreading on a white canvas. Various emotions blossomed in Parikian's fading, empty voice. Look, Violet, the night is lifting from the sky. With a voice that seemed satisfied, happy, Parikian softly whispered, it's as beautiful as you, a lovely lavender hue. Then, the blue light slowly faded from the dragon's body. Violet gently embraced Parikian's lifeless body. She cried loudly, holding him for a long time, until the completely brightened sunlight drove away even the dawn, turning into a dazzling noon. Continuously. Chapter 703. Among the gathered heroes and soldiers and the kings, we all cried and laughed, celebrating victory and survival. At the same time, we mourned the death of our comrades and the damage sustained at the front. Under the sunlight that dawned once more, we wanted to stay drunk on the joy of victory, but the damage to be restored was too great. The city was destroyed, the walls had collapsed, and people had died. I gathered those who could move immediately and ordered the cleanup. We will do it. No, please let us do it. Relatively less injured regular soldiers stepped forward eagerly. Especially the soldiers of the Aryan kingdom were the most active at the forefront. They were sad in front of the destroyed city, but they couldn't help but be happy at the thought that their country far in the north had been saved. The survivors were a mix of those who were mourning and those who were rejoicing, because this battle was both a glorious defeat and a devastating victory. It was not strange for each to feel differently. Seeing the faces of people in different shades, I thought it was fortunate. It's fortunate to be able to be sad and happy. The world continues like this. First, let's clean up the city. After the most urgent restoration orders were given, I spoke while watching the people busily moving in the morning sunlight. When the evacuated people return and reinforcements come from each country, we must also retrieve the bodies of the 30,000 warriors who died fighting the Black Dragon in the south. Most of the casualties from this battle were concentrated there. We must retrieve them. Of course, we will, Crown Prince Valen, the head of the City-State Alliance, who was receiving and conveying my orders along with the other kings, nodded. Valen, who was said to have been swept away by the first breath attack, had his cherished mustache completely burned off. His entire body, wrapped in bandages from burns, was standing beside me now. Are you all right, Lord Valen? I asked carefully, and Valen, habitually trying to touch his mustache, realized it was burnt off, awkwardly lowered his hand and answered, Who here is truly all right? But just because we're not all right doesn't mean life stops, does it? We have work to do. He had already been broken in spirit during the King of Flies wave. In this battle he had sustained such injuries. He was a man who could leave at any time without it being strange. But instead of fleeing, he was trying to finish the work he could do to the end. Even running away requires courage. When I carefully asked the reason, Valen answered like this. I was born a coward, afraid of being cursed behind my back. So I intend to finish all the work I can show off and then run away. He spoke frankly and laughed awkwardly. I laughed with him. It is because of people like him that the world still holds together. Many died and were injured this time too. No, more died and were injured than ever before. As I murmured, looking at the south wall that had been restored only to be devastated again, Valen spoke in a stern voice. Victory is victory, even if we are covered in wounds, Crown Prince. Your Highness has achieved a truly mythical feat. So, leave the remaining cleanup to us and go rest for a while. He patted my back and sent me inside the city. There are many people you need to comfort, Your Highness. I gratefully accepted his consideration. All the crucial orders had already been given. Standing outside the city wall, I slowly walked inside. My destination was the temple. Everyone must need care right now. The heroes who were injured, but more so, the heroes who had once embraced darkness needed to be restored. To put it in game terms, it's like their dark attribute tendency had maxed out. It was useful in this battle given the circumstances, but the side effects were severe. As I walked, pondering how to neutralize this darkness, I saw Kelly Bay from afar. The old dwarf blacksmith was quietly looking up at this sturdy superstition, attached to the front of La Mancha, which had made an emergency landing. Instead of a face full of regret or sorrow, his face was calm and peaceful. Without speaking to him, I headed into the city. Inside the south gate of Crossroad, Verdandi was there. She was carefully watering the sprout that had grown from the stump left where her younger sister Skuld had died. Surprisingly, the sprout, which had been harshly left without sunlight in the snowstorm, was still alive, and it sparkled with a tender green as it received the water Verdandi was giving it. I didn't speak to Verdandi either. I walked through the half-ruined city, but filled with people. There was Diarmuiden, joining the surviving wizards, hugging and crying together, and there was Kuelin, meeting with the beastmen, forming a circle and shouting something loudly with their shoulders linked. At the entrance of the temple, Torkel was arguing with a young acolyte over a broom, insisting he should sweep, while the acolyte pleaded for him to rest. I did not try to comfort them. I did not force them to stand up or pull them out of the darkness. It seemed they already knew where they needed to look. On a bench outside the temple, Lucas, who had received emergency treatment, was sitting with a contemplative look. I quietly approached and sat next to him. Lord! Lucas seemed to have many things he wanted to say, but he soon closed his mouth. We sat silently on the bench for a while, basking in the sunlight. I had many things to say to Lucas too. There were things to scold and things to praise. Stories about the real Ash and about the fake me. So many things. But those stories could be shared openly later. For now, just simply, you've worked hard, I said. I reached out and patted Lucas on the shoulder. Then I smiled broadly. You did well. Then Lucas began to tremble. You wah. Ha! He started to cry. You wah. As he let out a sorrowful bear-like cry, I couldn't help but laugh, though it's a bit inappropriate for a superior to laugh while their subordinate is crying. Beside Lucas, who was crying with all sorts of emotions, I patted his shoulder for a while. Just because you've stepped into a dark swamp doesn't mean life is over. It's not just the darkness, is it? During the long journey of life, stepping in all sorts of filth will be a common occurrence. There is no need to be frustrated or give up for that reason. Brush off your muddy shoes, and then just keep walking on the next path. So I decided to wait for people to pull themselves out of the swamp, believing that they all could see their destinations clearly. Senior, Crown Prince, Your Highness. At that moment, the rest of the main party members, having finished their emergency treatment inside the temple, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior, came rushing out. There was so much to say to everyone, but first we shared a hug each. Everyone, let's sunbathe together, Lucas, pointing to the bench, said. Everyone looked confused but followed my order to sit on the bench, and soon their faces relaxed. Wow, the sunlight. Is it always this warm and bright? Should we just rest like this for a while, doing nothing? The children, gathered around Lucas, sat quietly basking in the sunlight, comforting Lucas in silence. Lucas, sniffing, stifled his tears. Seeing the main party members like that, I chuckled and entered the temple. I went around the temple meeting the injured soldiers. However, those with severe injuries could not be met. Chain was one of them, and so was King Poseidon, who had returned by himself through the teleport gate. There were many things to discuss with these two, and above all, my father, Emperor Traha, Peacemaker Ever Black. The emperor, who had personally piloted the airship La Mancha, had sustained greater injuries than any heroes. He had been transported to the temple without a moment to celebrate the victory, and was still in surgery. Looking at the tightly closed door inside the temple, I suddenly realized, after this battle, so much would change. After finishing my round inside the temple and stepping outside, I saw that the main party members, exhausted from the fierce battle, were dozing off in the sunlight. Even Lucas, who had been sniffing, seemed to have exhausted his strength from crying, as he was now snoring softly, having fallen into a nap. Watching the children huddled together, sleeping soundly with their heads resting on each other's shoulders, covered my mouth and laughed. Torkel quietly brought a blanket, and I covered the children's laps with it. I'll wake them when enough time has passed. Thank you, Torkel. I gently patted Torkel's shoulder. You worked hard. Torkel gave a faint laugh without saying anything and bowed to me. As I left the temple and stepped onto the main street, a carriage came to a stop in front of me. Your Highness! It was a carriage from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, driven by Elias, with Serenade seated inside. Considering you have many places to visit today, we quickly prepared a carriage. Serenade asked with a bright smile as she opened the door. Where shall we take you? Taking a deep breath, I turned my gaze northward, to the north gate. Placing my hand over my chest, feeling the warmth within, I spoke firmly. To the military camp of the Bringer Duchy. The military camp of the Bringer Duchy was quiet. The unharmed soldiers were all involved in the city's restoration, and the injured soldiers were in the temple. And as if they had expected me, the Dragonblood Knights were waiting for me with calm expressions. Welcome, Crown Prince. The previous formidable vigor of these knights, who had lost their dragon blood, was no longer felt. Instead, a serene, resilient will, like a dry tree standing against a snowstorm, emanated from their eyes. The Dragonblood Knights, reduced from 4 to 3 and noticeably aged, saluted me and got straight to the point. How is Her Excellency? Instead of answering, I extended my hand and ignited a red flame in my palm. The faces of the Dragonblood Knights, who understood the meaning of this flame, crumbled. The childlike sorrow spread across their stoic faces. Ah! As they collapsed to the ground, I declared calmly, Former Duchess Duskbringer has entrusted me with his flame. And he has entered eternal rest. I have preserved his body with magic. Trying to keep my voice steady, I spoke to the 3 Dragonblood Knights who were now wailing on the ground. As soon as manpower returns to the city, I will retrieve the bodies of all the fallen as quickly as possible. The Duchess's body will also be retrieved then, and given a state funeral according to the traditions of the Bringer Duchy. The Dragonblood Knights, sobbing uncontrollably, asked in tearful voices, Then now, Your Highness. Yes, I nodded. I am now the rightful successor of the Bringer Duchy. Dawn Bringer. The 3 Dragonblood Knights, wiping their tear-streaked faces and standing up to compose themselves. Loyalty, they shouted in unison, kneeling on one knee before me. We greet the new Duke of Bringer. We greet the Duke. We greet the Duke. What did it mean to these knights that I, the Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire, had become the Duke of the Bringer Duchy? What would it mean to the citizens of Bringer, to the people of the Empire, and to the people of the world? I still did not know, but the Dragonblood Knights swore their allegiance to me without hesitation. Please carry on the great will of the former Duchess. I will. Certainly I will. I smiled warmly and spoke with conviction. I am her son, after all. At those words, a wave of relief crossed the faces of the Dragonblood Knights, and they bowed deeply to me. Yes, this world is full of uncertainties, but some things are certain. The fact that the flame of Duskbringer, her will, flows within me. Love, Ash. Recalling her last words, I closed my eyes tightly. I will do so, Duchess, just as you did, just like that. Chapter 704. Time passed. People who had evacuated began to return, and others from around the world were mobilized and flocked to Crossroad. The kings who fought here directly now felt in their bones that this place was, quite literally, the land where the fate of the world would be decided. Wagons loaded with supplies from various countries poured in endlessly. The north suffered terrible damage from the heavy snowfall, but just when they were on the brink of death, the sky cleared and the snow stopped. The previously passive people of the Aryan Kingdom were now at the forefront, helping to restore the city. Especially King Miller Aryan, who, despite losing an arm, personally carried a shovel and pickaxe to the restoration site, making me want to stop him. It's a bit bewildering when a character changes 180 degrees like this. I understand he doesn't want to be disliked, though. As I watched the gradually recovering city, I fell into deep thought. The entire world is now cooperative with our front line. This is fortunate. But the death of 30,000 was by no means fortunate. It was the death of 30,000 elite troops gathered from all over the world. Not only that, but the entire air fleet was annihilated, and many heroes and soldiers under my command also died. Human resources and supplies would be easily replenished, but reinforcing troops was a distant prospect. Nightbringer was practically a final boss-level monster. Compared to the Sleepless Lake Princess, it was on the same level or perhaps even more destructive. It was such a formidable foe that perhaps this much damage was inevitable. But the problem was that he was a final boss-level adversary but not the final boss. The monster invasions will continue, and we have suffered devastating damage to our defenses and troop situation. The next defense battle starts in a month. The start date of Stage 41 is about a month from now. For 3 months, without rest, from Stage 41 to Stage 50, the final 10-round defense game will continue. Can Crossroad and the world withstand this harsh wave of monsters? A week after the battle ended, a funeral was held in the west of Crossroad. In a hurry, we dispatched personnel to the south to retrieve the bodies, but recovering all 30,000 bodies within a week was impossible. Moreover, the battle with the Black Dragon was so fierce that the bodies were severely damaged. However, delaying the funeral indefinitely was not respectful to the dead, so we decided to hold it first. I looked up at the newly erected gigantic monument. It was a new communal tombstone erected next to the communal tombstone for those who died in the tutorial stage. In front of the tombstone, covered with white flowers left by mourners, a blue sacred flame flickered, a memorial for all the heroes whose bodies were not found. I clenched my fists tightly in front of it. I have no regrets. Without their sacrifice, we would not have been able to defeat Nightbringer. It was an enemy that everyone on this front barely managed to defeat by pouring out everything from the depths of their souls. Knowing that they died to protect the world, for a noble cause. However, no matter what reasons are given, no matter what rationality is assigned to their deaths, the pain they felt in their moments of death, and the sorrow their families will feel, will not disappear. Clenching my teeth, I tried to calm my mind in front of the monument, then turned my gaze away. Beyond the communal tombstone, people were crying in front of the many newly added graves. I approached one of the closer graves, one of which I was the chief mourner. Duskbringer's grave. The people of the Bringer Duchy gathered around the grave like clouds, bowing their heads. As I stood by the grave for a moment, the Dragonblood Knights appeared, carrying Duskbringer's coffin. Behind them, the soldiers of the duchy marched with flags at half-mast. I, along with the Dragonblood Knights, placed the coffin in the ground and sprinkled earth over it. Amidst the people drenched in tears, I tried to appear calm, but my eyes kept welling up. After holy water was sprinkled and the afterlife of the deceased was blessed, the soldiers of the duchy gathered and sang a military song. It was a song to honor their fallen comrade. Duskbringer was the commander-in-chief and a frontline fighting dragon lady, so she was a soldier and their comrade. Even after the soldiers' mournful song ended, I quietly stared at Duskbringer's grave, now covered in white flowers. Just like the other kings who were buried here before, a temporary funeral was held here first, and they will be reburied after all the wars are over. The state funeral of the Bringer Duchy will be held then. After all the wars are over, the third year, the final winter. Originally, it should still be late autumn. However, the night summoned by Nightbringer covered the world in snow, causing winter to arrive much earlier than usual. Now, when this winter ends, the war with the monsters will also be decided. It will be decided then whether those who were buried here first can return to their homeland. Whether the world ends or continues, whether we can reach the true ending or not. In this last season, everything will be decided. Until your real funeral is held in your country. I bowed deeply toward Duskbringer's grave. I will hold back my tears until then, Duchess. After the funeral for Duskbringer was concluded, I entrusted the role of chief mourner to the Dragonblood Knights and decided to visit the other graves. As the Lord and Commander, it was naturally my duty to look after the other bereaved families. As I moved from grave to grave, offering condolences to the bereaved families, I stopped. I saw the dark mage Chain sitting in a wheelchair. He was lost in thought in front of the graves of the Blacklist heroes. Chain. Ah, Your Highness. Chain turned around, his entire body wrapped not in his usual chains but in bandages. His injuries were severe. During the night-closing operation, he had taken all the attacks aimed at the airship La Mancha with his body. His body was badly wounded, and by overexerting himself to absorb the darkness, all his magic circuits were contaminated and burned out. He could never fight again, effectively making his retirement certain. It might sound strange, but I feel relieved. He could no longer use dark magic, appearing as an ordinary middle-aged man. He was neither his usual very young self nor the old self when his life force was exhausted. Somewhere in the middle, Chain was carefully examining the graves of his fallen comrades. I fought without regrets. These guys probably felt the same. To save an infant, to save the city, and to save the world. I also examined the graves. A defensive mage and a gunslinger who died saving Cid. A golem mage who burned her life to protect the city. And a blind swordsman who cut through the darkness with his life's last swing. They were all buried here side by side. Who would have thought that gambling addicts like us could fight and die for something valuable? I couldn't say anything. Chain pulled something from his pocket and flicked it forward with his fingers. Ping. It was a casino chip. Chain skillfully flicked it, placing one in front of each comrade's grave. The last chip spun before falling flat in front of nobody's grave. As he clenched and unclenched his empty hand, I cautiously asked, "Are you quitting gambling?" "Yes, I plan to. I have no friends to play with, and it's no longer fun." "What will you do from now on?" "I'll think about it while recuperating." Chain murmured bitterly. A black mage who can't fight. A gambler who's tired of gambling. I'm not sure what I can do in the future. After a few more words, I carefully patted Chain's back and left the spot. As I walked away, I looked back and saw Chain covering his face with both hands, clenching his teeth and bowing his head. Instead of offering empty comfort to his silent sobbing, I quietly walked away again. Subparty, Blacklist. 5 high-grade heroes I wanted to recruit from the first year while planning the casino construction. Their end was thus lonely and sorrowful. Among the newly established graves, there were also those of non-humans. Captured monsters. Though they were monsters, Scalian and Perikian made significant contributions in this battle. Therefore, they were given respectful funerals, cremated, and buried here in the cemetery. Ah! Violet was squatting and sniffing in front of their graves. Somehow, A scale piece was placed in front of Scalion's grave, and a claw piece in front of Parikion's grave. Violet sniffled and tapped the pieces with her fingers, while the other members of the Gamblers' Club tried to console her. It feels like a dream. Scarlet blew Violet's nose as she sighed deeply. With a honk, Violet cleared her nose and spoke in a nasal voice. Spending time with these dragons, and fighting such a great battle together, it all feels like a dream. The other Gamblers' Club members massaged Violet's shoulders and offered her warm tea, trying to comfort her. I watched this scene from behind with a bitter smile. Then it happened. SSSS. Suddenly, a snake's hissing sound followed by a long, thin tongue licking Violet's chin. Eek! Violet jumped up in fright, turned around, and screamed. Kaya! It's here again. A huge silver-gray snake had approached and stuck close to Violet. SSSS. The sound seemed to indicate it was pleased. None other than Jormungandr. Ah, there you are. Watching Jormungandr coiling around Violet, I spoke calmly. This world serpent was cut in two and even took a direct hit from Nightbringer's breath at the end. I thought it would surely die, but it didn't. Perhaps to heal, it continued to shed its skin repeatedly, becoming significantly smaller, but it survived. Even though it's smaller, it's still as big as a huge python. About the size of an anaconda on Earth, maybe even bigger. It lost its enormous size and divinity, and it seemed to have lost the ability to speak. But it survived and quietly remained on our front line. It's now my captured monster, and now it's attached to Violet. Why am I so popular with monsters? Especially reptiles? Why do they act like this? Violet, constantly being licked by Jormungandr's tongue, yelled tearfully. I laughed heartily. Maybe that's just your nature. I hate it now. Ugh. The Gamblers' Club members, excited, started petting Jormungandr's smooth scales around the sniffling Violet, who now began crying for a different reason. After watching this scene for a while, I turned my gaze south, toward the direction of the Black Lake. Along with Jormungandr, there was Crown, the Pied Piper, who helped us. Crown, who died in battle, turned into black smoke and disappeared. Originally, the immortals from the Lake Kingdom would turn into black smoke upon death and resurrect at a predetermined location. Crown was supposed to resurrect at his base within the Lake Kingdom. We had agreed in advance. If Crown died in battle, he would find me again after resurrection. We needed to discuss our promise and how to save Nameless. But Crown hadn't reappeared after a week. I tried to enter the Lake Kingdom to find him, and Nameless, but all teleport gates were blocked, making entry impossible. This situation continues to this day. What is happening down there? As I felt a vague sense of foreboding, I suddenly noticed the main party members waving at me from a distance. Senior. Speech. Oh, is it already that time? Since I can't enter the Lake Kingdom right now, there's nothing I can do. Let's focus on what I can do here. Taking a deep breath, I walked toward where the main party members were. Many people were waiting for me below the podium. Chapter 705. Before long, it was afternoon. In the late autumn weather, which had become as cold as winter, the sunshine was clear today. The people gathered like clouds welcomed this sunshine and stood under the podium, looking up at me. There were kings, soldiers, heroes, and citizens. I carefully observed each of their faces. The monster we faced this time, the Black Dragon, I hadn't specifically prepared a speech, but the words came out naturally. Was an opponent we couldn't originally defeat. Coldly, honestly, and objectively speaking. Originally, the world should have been destroyed by now. Nightbringer was an enemy capable of annihilating us and ending the world. But we are now alive and standing under the sun. We split the night, defeated the evil dragon, and are breathing here. I looked around the audience. Why do you think that is? Everyone looked up at me silently, waiting for my next words. I smiled and continued. Because every warrior buried here, and every warrior who returned from the battlefield, didn't think we couldn't win. I emphasized again. Because they foolishly believed that we could win, that we could protect this world. I'm not advocating mental fortitude or perseverance. In the first place, it wasn't an opponent that could be defeated by such things alone. In short, this is the basics, the hardest basics to maintain. The spirit of not giving up. The strong will to not lose the courage to fight in any desperate situation. If even one of those who participated in this battle had given up the fight and laid down their weapons a bit earlier. I looked at the graves filled in the western plains. If we lacked even one attack to scar the evil dragon, one defense to somehow block its breath, and one act of courage to jump into harm's way to protect our allies. Clenching my fist and taking a breath, I looked at the audience again and continued. We would have been defeated. By now, the whole world would have quietly met its end, covered in snow and darkness. My voice grew stronger. Every single attack we barely fended off. Every small wound we inflicted on the enemy. People gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and tightly closed their eyes. The sacrifice of all those who fell, and the determination of all of us who survived, piled up layer by layer, all of it together protected the world. With conviction once more, every action we took had meaning. As I paused, a moment of silence filled the cemetery. It might be an illusion, but it felt as if even the dead buried here were listening to my words. I lowered my eyes and slowly quoted part of a philosopher's writings from Earth. The world is deep. The sorrow of the world is deep. But joy is deeper than that pain. Looking up again and making eye contact with the people, I smiled. The night is deep, and the darkness is deeper. But the human desire for sunlight is deeper than that. Under the clear sunlight that we finally reclaimed. I nodded slowly. Remember with what heart you fought in this battle. Remember the courage that allowed you to fight against an undefeatable enemy without giving up. While longing for the sunlight, even fighting under the darkness without it. As long as each of your hearts continues to remain. If we have that courage, we can overcome any future wars and the life beyond. No matter what adversity comes, we can live in the direction we hope for. Afterwards, I slowly turned around and bowed respectfully towards all the graves in the west. To everyone who overcame yet another great challenge, and to all the comrades buried here. Thank you. Turning back around and looking at the audience, I spoke sincerely. Truly thank you. In front of the faces of people with various complex emotions, I took a deep breath and slowly prepared the elegy for this funeral. In fact, I had long decided what to recite. Don Quixote. TL note. I'm amazed that both of the novels are using Don Quixote, the most famous knight on earth. Treated as a clown for his ridiculous actions, but ultimately became a legendary human because of his convictions. I recited the lyrics made from that story, thinking that everyone buried beneath the graves here, and everyone standing before me listening to my speech, are just like that man from La Mancha. TL note. The Impossible Dream is the name of the song. To dream the impossible dream. To fight the unbeatable foe. To bear with unbearable sorrow. To run where the brave dare not go. To right the unrightable wrong. To be better far than you are. To try when your arms are too weary. To reach the unreachable star. This is my quest to follow that star. No matter how hopeless, no matter how far. To be willing to give when there's no more to give. To be willing to die so that honor and justice may live. And I know if I only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest. And the world will be better for this. That one man, scorned and covered with scars, still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star. After the funeral, there were a few more events I was scheduled to attend, but they were urgently canceled. This was because a more pressing matter arose that required my attention as the crown prince of the empire. Your Highness, the emperor has regained consciousness. Upon the soldier's report, I immediately rushed to the temple. Inside the temple, high-ranking priests from the order, including the head priestess Rosetta, were hurriedly coming out. I urgently asked, "How is His Majesty?" "His condition is stable." Rosetta, nodding, made way for me. "Please go in." "Thank you." I carefully passed the priests and stood in front of the innermost sick room. "Father, it is I, your son." After a light knock and inquiry, the emperor's reply came immediately. "Come in." Entering the room, I was about to make a light-hearted remark to ease the atmosphere, but I had to shut my mouth immediately. The emperor lying on the bed was in a dreadful state. His left arm and left leg were missing, and his right eye was bandaged. During the night closing operation, he personally controlled La Mancha's flight and continued to steer the ship, fending off attacks from the darkness, even when other heroes were incapacitated. In the process, unable to actively protect his own body, he sustained such severe injuries. "Don't make such a face." The emperor tried to sit up but lost balance, and I quickly approached and helped him sit up straight on the bed. Looking at his empty left arm and smacking his lips bitterly, the emperor spoke. "If I can see the morning sun again, losing a limb or two isn't too high a price to pay. Oh, I suppose I should add an eye as well." The emperor seemed to be making a joke, but I couldn't laugh. As I stood silently, unable to say anything, the emperor clicked his tongue and gestured with his right hand. An emperor should speak of the future to move forward, not dwell on the lost past. "Put aside my irreparable injuries and tell me about the situation on the front lines." "Yes, father." I explained in detail how the battle with the Black Dragon concluded and how we managed the front lines over the past week. After hearing the entire report with his mouth tightly shut, the emperor sighed softly. "Indeed, you are now the successor of the Bringer Duchy. Following the Duchess Duskbringer, you have become Dawnbringer. Yes. And at the same time, you are the crown prince of the empire and my only son by blood." The emperor's wrinkled lips curled into a smile. "The lands of the Bringer Duchy, long separated from the empire, will finally return to the empire." I blinked quietly. "Do you intend to annex the Bringer Duchy into the empire?" "Of course, wouldn't that be the natural course?" The Bringer Duchy was originally just a western fortress of the Ever-Black Empire. The emperor calmly explained the history from hundreds of years ago. It was similar to this place, Crossroad, a fortress built to fend off attacks from neighboring countries. The progenitor Duchess Bringer, who became the guardian dragon of the empire, was appointed as the lord of that place. Villages and cities formed around the fortress, eventually taking its current shape. Originally, the progenitor dragon Duskbringer had no desire for human territories, so although she received the title of Duchess, she did not receive rights to the land. She was appointed as the administrative head to oversee the military facilities and surrounding areas in the west, and since then, the descendants of Duchess Bringer have traditionally governed the land. Consequently, and in practical terms, the form of the principality governed by the Duchess was accepted by the world. Legally, however, it was entirely the territory of the empire, as explained by the emperor. And now that I inherited the blood of the Duchess, the emperor had gained the justification to absorb and merge the Bringer Duchy into the empire. The emperor burst into hearty laughter as he saw my silence. "It seems you don't wish for this." The emperor picked up the cane next to the bed and, staggering, stood up. "I will assist you. It's fine. I must adapt." The emperor refused my help and, stumbling, walked alone to the window. The emperor quietly looked down at the brightly lit crossroad of the afternoon for a while before suddenly asking, "Have you found the answer to the trial I set for you?" The trial set by the emperor. It was a question of how far I would embrace the darkness of this world. "My son, you once said you would slay monsters and save people. And I asked you then, what is your definition of the people you want to protect? And you answered that question by founding the World Guardian Front. You said that all beings who try to communicate and understand each other are the people you want to save. Then let me ask you one more time. If those beings who try to communicate and understand have an irredeemable evil within them, will you still embrace them? Will you protect even such beings?" I decided to protect people. And people are beings who try to communicate and understand. Here, the emperor took it a step further, reminding me that those I seek to protect will never be entirely good. Petty, narrow-minded, insignificant, evil. Such are the people I aim to protect, close to darkness. Now that you have become Duke Bringer, you must reflect on the shameful and brutal history of the Bringer Duchy. As I remained silent, the Emperor continued unabashedly. Having directly inherited the Duchess's flame, you must have also glimpsed it. The history of the Bringer Duchy and the life of the Duchess were far from beautiful. The history of the flame is also a history of ashes and soot. Moreover, as the future Emperor of the Everblack Empire, you will inevitably inherit the blood-stained legacy of the Everblack Empire as well. The Emperor, standing with his back to the window, turned towards me. As always, bathed in backlight, the Emperor was smiling. I assure you, the darkness of this country is deeper and thicker than you can imagine, and you must inherit this darkness. Now answer me, new bringer, successor to me, the next Everblack. Even with no sanctity, missing an arm, a leg, and an eye, the Emperor still pressured me with his overwhelming charisma. What will you do about the darkness of this world? Do you still possess the same youthful folly and recklessness to embrace all of this? Or have you, as I suggested before, leaned towards the idea of cutting away and selecting only the palatable parts to swallow? Come, answer me, Crown Prince. What is your answer to the trial I set? As I listened quietly, I couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, my answer had long been decided. But the only reason I hesitated to answer now was that I wanted to wait until the Emperor had fully recovered. The reason being, are you sure you will be okay with this, Father? The answer I was about to give would utterly overturn the Emperor's expectations. I looked steadily at the Emperor and smiled. Perhaps flustered by my unknown resolve, the Emperor shuddered. The answer from the sun you placed on the Crown Prince's seat, the view of the Emperor I have chosen. With my eyes narrowing, I whispered softly, might completely destroy the Everblack Empire. Chapter 706. Whoever the opponent is, no matter what dark past they hold, I will embrace them, I declared. No matter what darkness or ugliness they committed in the past. As long as they look in the same direction under my banner, I will strive to converse with, understand, and embrace them. I continued speaking to the Emperor, who was silently watching me. But that does not mean granting them absolution. And I will remember clearly their darkness, their ugliness, their faults, just as they are. The Emperor frowned as if he didn't quite understand. Remember? For example, Father. I gazed steadily at the Emperor. Father, you are now looking in the same direction as I am. You are my supporter, my helper, and my benefactor. The Emperor gestured for me to continue. I smirked, curling up the corners of my mouth. But Father, in the name of protecting the Empire, you have killed countless people. Even within the Empire, you have slaughtered, offered sacrifices, and burned people without batting an eye for your goals. Indeed. So what? After taking a breath, I broached the main point. I will record all that history, and I will make it public. What? I will inscribe the names of the innocent people you killed in the history books, one by one. The Emperor gave me a bewildered look. I was unflinching. The atrocities you committed, the brutal tyranny in the name of protecting the Empire. I will record it all without embellishment. As long as human history continues, even 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now, the world will remember clearly. I whispered softly, as long as human history continues, you will be criticized. This is the punishment you will receive. Ha! How absurd. The Emperor scoffed. Such a thing is no punishment at all. Leaving my atrocities in history and having future generations throw stones at my grave? Is that all? I will spend the rest of my life on the throne, living comfortably without any guilt. What kind of punishment is that to me personally? Indeed, perhaps this is the weakest punishment. I narrowed my eyes. But it is also the strongest punishment. The Emperor gritted his teeth silently. You! It's not just Father. I raised my voice. I will unearth and reveal all the hidden and concealed atrocities of every previous emperor and all neighboring countries. Not the neatly edited history as it is now, but the shameful and uncomfortable truths, in broad daylight, for the whole world to see. As my intentions became clearer, the emperor clenched his one remaining fist and trembled. You're going to expose the flaws of your father and the ancestors for generations, staining this country's reputation with your own hands? Is that your goal? Yes. You are the next emperor. You will ultimately have to bear all those flaws. The entire world will curse you, and they will demand retribution for past grievances. I am prepared for it. Such foolishness, like a naive child who knows nothing of the world and politics. No, to advocate such a futile ideal knowing full well, it's sheer madness. The emperor pointed a finger at me. For an emperor to reveal his own weaknesses and beg to be stabbed, the whole world will come at you with swords drawn. You and this country will be torn apart and destroyed. I nodded. If this country is one that deserves destruction just by acknowledging past wrongdoings, then it should be destroyed. What? I did not back down, and a clear emotion flashed across the emperor's face. It was fear, the realization that the son he intended to hand the throne to was genuinely a madman who, if it meant upholding his beliefs, could destroy his own country. Such fear. I will acknowledge all the wrongs this country has committed. If there are apologies to be made, I will apologize. If there is compensation to be given, I will compensate. And then I will move forward.
No.
I smiled brightly. Only then will a truly new era begin. Ash. This is my vision of an emperor. I will embrace them. Whoever the opponent is, no matter what wrong they have committed, as long as they look in the same direction under my banner. If there is a willingness to understand and communicate with each other, I will embrace them. But, however, that does not mean issuing an absolution. I will explicitly state all of their wrongdoings and sins. I will never settle their sins on their behalf. Forgiveness, revenge, neither of these are my roles. I am not a god. Such matters are not for me to handle. I will simply remember. I will never forget, and I will continue to write and carry on history, because I believe that continuity is the most powerful weapon that humans can wield in a human world. This is the fundamental principle I will lay down as an emperor. I face it directly, from the world, from the past, from the future. I do not avert my eyes. I do not turn away. I do not conceal. I will embrace them, along with their pain. If necessary, I will mete out punishment without compromise. To rectify the twisted history of this empire that has massacred its citizens, trampled neighboring countries, and burned other races like kindling, and the world that has condoned such barbarity. This must be done first to move on to the next stage. Only then can we genuinely move forward to the next era with the people of this country, the people of other countries, and even those of different races. To that end, I intend to reflect deeply on all the wrongs and atrocities committed by this country. Well, it's not like I'm just going to stand there and take the hits. While it's true that the ever-black empire, as the world's leading hegemonic nation, has committed the most atrocities, other countries have not been innocent either, nor have other races. When the empire's wrongs are uncovered, the intertwined wrongdoings of other countries will inevitably come to light as well. In the reckoning, there will be mutual wrongs that can be mitigated, and even if there are final dues to be paid, they can be settled with future cooperative agreements and treaties. The focus of my point is not on such petty political matters. What the emperor fears is not the calculable financial losses of such reckoning. Prestige. The loss of the grandeur of the ever-black empire, which has dominated the world with its power as the continent's hegemon. The emperor is concerned because my declaration of revealing weaknesses to the world even before taking the throne seems like political suicide. How much effort have I put into making you an emperor without flaws? The strength left the emperor's voice. And now you want to be an emperor who exposes your own weaknesses and asks to be stoned. A scarred emperor. Yes. Admit all those wrongs, all that ugly past, all that darkness, and bear it all, This country. You? Yes, I affirmed. I will not hide. Even if it is painful, I will face it. I will face the darkness of the people I love, the ugliness of the country I must govern, the history stained with the disgrace of this world. I will embrace it all and look straight at it. The emperor looked at me with trembling eyes. I nodded. The continuing history of humankind, both its bright and dark sides. All of it. Silence flowed. After a long pause, the emperor, standing by the window with the afternoon sunlight at his back, finally spoke after catching his breath. I tried to cut off the world covered in dust and soot and feed only on the edible parts. His voice was old and weary. Yet you want to stuff the entire world into your mouth, even if it gives you indigestion, and try to digest it all. I cannot tell if you are broad-minded or simply reckless. You know better than anyone else how weak your ideals are. The world is far more cruel than you think, and everyone is waiting to tear you apart like wolves. The emperor shook his head. No matter how pure and clean a flag you carry, the moment you cross the battlefield, that flag will be smeared with blood and ashes. You must already know this well. Yes, you must be aware of it, yet still wish to tread that path. As I stood resolutely, the emperor let out a long sigh. History belongs to the victors, can never be whole. If you have seen the historical records left in the empire, you would know there is hardly anything that disparages the empire. All of it praises the imperial family and extols their achievements. You seek to write history from an impartial perspective, but in the end, you are the son of the emperor. You were born with everything. The history you seek to write anew will inevitably be from the victor's perspective. I understand, but I can still strive to be fair. Perfection does not exist, but the effort to reach for perfection does. As it happens, I have the perfect candidate for this. Candidate? The emperor raised his eyebrows in surprise. I continued, the only imperial soldier who defied father. The one who made the empire officially acknowledge the massacre committed by the imperial army for the first time. My former Thunder Mage, who served as the captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Mage Corps. Jupiter. She has an adopted daughter. Jupiter Jr., you mean? Yes. Junior is an imperial, but she is also from the Camilla Kingdom. She lost her family and hometown to the Empire's bombing but grew up as an imperial citizen. She is still grappling with her identity. I knew that Junior had a deep interest in history and that she kept a diary, documenting her life every day. Perhaps it was because she had a terminal illness or maybe for other reasons. I had always intended for her to lead this project from the beginning. We will establish a foundation with her at the center, gathering scholars from around the world to examine the world's history from as neutral a perspective as possible. The first project will be the history of the fallen Camilla Kingdom. And it would also be the history of the Empire's invasion of the Camilla Kingdom. A foundation that cross-checks events from different perspectives and records the most neutral truths possible without any embellishment. The name of this foundation, taking the name of the first officer in the Empire's history who defied the Emperor, I will name it the Jupiter Foundation. After overcoming the global crisis of the monster invasion, to move forward together into a new era. This will be the first undertaking I pursue as Emperor. The World History Compilation and Historian Training Project. Perhaps dizzy from my teabagging, the Emperor tightly closed his eyes. So, Father, consider this a warning. I will tarnish the face of every previous emperor. As I have repeatedly stated, you are no exception. If you cannot bear such a future, then dethrone me from the crown prince position immediately. Or pray that I die in one of the remaining 10 defensive battles. At that, the emperor let out a truly deep sigh, as if the ground were collapsing beneath him. How could I do that, you damned son? The emperor muttered weakly, wiping his face repeatedly with his only remaining hand. Before you were born, I received a prophecy from the guardian tree of Everblack. Half of it is sure to come true. Shaking his head, the emperor lamented. I can only pray the other half does too. I was curious about the content of that prophecy, but I decided not to ask. It didn't matter. I had already resolved to walk the path I had chosen, in the way I wanted. Well, that's all for later. Despite my lofty ideals mixed with arrogance, this was all for after surviving the final battle with the last remaining monster. But if, when this winter ends, the world does not end, and I live to become emperor, many things that will surprise the world will unfold. After coming back from the brink of death, is there anything I cannot do? Even to realize the exciting ancestor-insulting troll show of the true rogue crown prince. I want to win the upcoming battles against the monsters. No, I absolutely will. Chapter 707. Crossroad. Inside the ruined city. Ouch! Junior groaned in front of the wreckage of the inn building Eddie's Honey. It's completely collapsed, my goodness. During Nightbringer's first breath, the inn Eddie's Honey, which was swept within the breath's range, completely collapsed. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but Junior lost the lodging she had used for over 2 years. Naturally, all her belongings inside were also completely destroyed. Ah, my books! Junior, who found her belongings amidst the wreckage, let out a strange mix of cheers and screams, then urgently rushed in to clear away the debris. The price of one of these books. I'd feel so wronged if I lost them all. Between the collapsed bricks and sand, Junior's fallen bookshelf was overturned. Junior hurriedly retrieved her books. Although they were dented and torn, she managed to salvage as much as she could. As she dug through, other belongings began to emerge. Treasured magical items. The diary she wrote in daily since arriving here. And the one she had forgotten in the cupboard. Unable to bring herself to eat. Kek, the 100-year ginseng? The gift from her mother. It was the root of the 100-year ginseng, which she had found among Jupiter's belongings and intended to mail to herself. The dishes and cups in the cupboard were all shattered, but the 100-year ginseng, stored in a mere paper bag, was miraculously intact. Junior chuckled at the sight of this old herb root. Wow, it survived. I almost wasted it by saving it for too long. I should consume it quickly. Junior recalled the method and benefits of consuming the 100-year ginseng. Boil it with honey and drink it like tea. Its effects are nourishing, revitalizing, and calming. Junior then let out an ah. She thought of someone who needed the herb's effects more urgently than herself. Would Mom want me to have it all to myself? After a brief hesitation, no, that's not it. Mom would prefer me to have more friends. Believing her decision would be supported either way, Junior exhaled through her nose and gripped the 100-year ginseng. Barracks. Junior carefully carried a teapot of the brewed 100-year ginseng tea, a jar of honey, and cookies as she headed cautiously to the front room. She hesitated for a moment. Eek! Summoning her courage, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hecate? Are you there? Junior waited anxiously for a response, but the room remained silent. Clearing her throat again, Junior knocked once more. Hecate, it's Junior. Let's have a little break together. I brought some healthy tea and cookies. Please join me, okay? Although there was no response, Junior sensed a presence beyond the door. Junior waited calmly. Then, creak, the door opened slightly. Through the gap in the dark room, Hecate's dry, cracked eyes could be seen. Her eyes, from which the red curse had completely drained, had turned a deep brown. Junior. Hello, Hecate. Junior waved the teapot in her hand. The tea's getting cold. May I come in? Hesitant, Hecate slowly stepped back and opened the door. Junior cautiously entered the room. The room, with its drawn curtains, felt lifeless, as if someone had been lying still on the bed for days. Junior first drew back the curtains and opened the window to ventilate the room. As the cold air penetrated the room, Hecate, who was wearing only thin clothes, shivered and clutched her shoulders. Oh, I'm sorry. Not wanting to stop the ventilation, the flustered Junior draped her outer garment over Hecate's shoulders. Hecate did not refuse and remained still. Junior suddenly recalled a similar situation from before. In the sunlight streaming through the open curtains, Hecate was in a terrible state. Her beige hair was tangled, dark circles under her eyes, lips parched, and her complexion was pale. Junior had heard the gist of it. Duskbringer had retrieved all the curses from the Glory Knights. Along with the curse, Hecate lost all her magic power, rendering her unable to fight as she used to. Lucas visited a few times to comfort her afterward, but she kept avoiding him. Junior understood the feeling of not wanting to show such a state to the man she liked. Hecate stood blankly in place with empty eyes. Junior, at a loss, hesitantly guided Hecate to the table. "Come, let's have some warm tea and chat. This tea is brewed with a herb called 100-year ginseng. It's really good for you." Junior hastily wiped the dust off the table and set up the tea set and cookies. Seated across from her, Hecate watched Junior's actions in silence. Junior, feeling awkward, set up the teacups she brought and poured tea into both Hecate's cup and her own. "I don't know a thing about tea ceremonies." The saving grace was that Hecate wasn't in a state to care about such details. Warm tea, steaming gently, filled their cups. Junior added honey to her cup and placed cookies on a plate. "All right, let's give it a try, shall we?" Hecate stared blankly at her cup. Junior, sweating nervously, carefully took her cup and brought it to her lips. Nourishing, revitalizing, calming. Hoping it would have the desired effect, she took a sip, PHBT-, and spat it out. "Gah, cough. What is this taste?" It was overwhelmingly bitter with a complex flavor. It might be good for the body, but it tasted awful. "Mom, this is really 100-year ginseng, right? It's really good for you, right? You didn't get scammed, right?" Since Jupiter had bought it from Nameless under the Lake Kingdom, it was undoubtedly genuine. However, due to the excessively high magic concentration in the Lake Kingdom, the ginseng's potency and taste were far more concentrated than those of earthly ginseng. As Junior gagged and spat, she looked up to see Hecate staring at her with wide eyes. Junior muttered desperately, following her previous coughing up blood. Now it was coughing up tea. Junior was truly doing a number of things. Then Hecate, with blank eyes, looked at the teacup in front of her, cautiously picked it up, and brought it to her lips. "Wait, hold on. I'll add more honey. It's extremely bitter." Junior hurriedly opened the honey jar, but Hecate had already taken a sip of the tea, and she swallowed it without issue. Junior blinked in surprise. "Ah, come to think of it, Hecate had said she couldn't taste anything since being cursed." Hecate slowly removed the cup from her lips. Then, turning her haggard face slightly to the side, PHBT-, she spat it out. Junior stared blankly at the tea splattering on the floor beside her. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Hecate gestured weakly. "It's extremely bitter. Please pass the honey jar." "Huh? You can taste it?" "Since the curse was lifted, I can taste it now." Junior almost said thank goodness, but stopped herself. The lifting of the curse didn't seem to be a joyful event for Hecate. Anyway, the 100-year ginseng tea was terribly bitter and unpalatable, and the two women struggled through their cups by adding copious amounts of honey and eating sweet cookies alongside. Despite the awful taste, they stubbornly drank every last drop, driven by some strange determination. The teapot was emptied, the honey jar was scraped clean, and all the cookies were gone. The two women were enveloped in an awkward silence. Junior sweated nervously. She had come to check on Hecate out of concern, but now that they were face to face, she didn't know what to say. "I mean, I shouldn't be so bad at communication. Why am I stammering like this?" She had only come to foster some camaraderie. "Just relax and have a conversation. You can do this, Jupiter Jr. Go." With a determined inner pep talk, Junior clenched her fists and looked at Hecate, who suddenly spoke. "Junior, do you not dislike me?" "Absolutely not," Junior blurted out instinctively, then quickly lowered her tone with an "ah." I mean, there's no reason for me to dislike you, Hecate. Hecate averted her gaze from the hesitant junior and looked out at the open door, which was left ajar for ventilation. Just outside was Junior's room. After the collapse of Eddie's honey, the two were assigned rooms opposite each other in the barracks as well. To be honest, Junior, do you know why I was assigned the room next to yours? Ha! Junior blinked at the unexpected question. Did the room assignments have a meaning? Wasn't it just a coincidence? And then Hecate revealed the cold truth. As the captain of the Emperor's personal guard, I judged that the most dangerous element while His Majesty is here was you, Junior. That's why, to keep an eye on you, I was assigned a room as close to yours as possible. Junior's mouth fell slightly open. Dangerous? Why? Why me? You come from the Camilla Kingdom and achieved the level of an archmage at a young age. It was impossible not to be cautious. The Empire had thoroughly investigated Junior's background from the Camilla Kingdom and her magical accomplishments. Before coming to Crossroad from the Imperial capital, Hecate had received all this information. Hecate added in a somewhat apologetic tone. The war between the Camilla Kingdom and the Everblack Empire was personally led by His Majesty. It was also the last conquest war fought by the Everblack Empire. As such, the resentment runs deep. There are still terrorist acts occurring. There have been several attempts to assassinate His Majesty. So, naturally, the Glory Knights had to be wary of you. Even after the war ended, guerrillas from the Camilla Kingdom persistently resisted, taking years to be fully subdued. Jupiter's exposé revealed the massacres of civilians during this war, drawing global condemnation upon the Empire. Even within the Empire itself, it was a war with more losses than gains in many respects. Therefore, the Empire shifted from direct conquest wars to political and religious expansion through the spread of the goddess's faith. The Camilla Kingdom became the last country the Empire absorbed. Almost 20 long years had passed since the war ended. But it could also be seen as merely 20 short years. Junior, being a prominent figure from the Camilla Kingdom and a powerful mage, naturally aroused the caution of the Emperor's personal guard, the Glory Knights. Of course, I know. You directly assisted His Majesty in the Imperial capital. I heard you played a significant role in dismantling the shutdown protocol. You have the great trust of Prince Ash. And you also made remarkable contributions in the recent battle. I was just doing my job as a member of the personal guard, so I was wary of you. Hecate's voice trembled as she continued her disjointed confession, covering her face with both hands. No, I admit it. I dislike the people of the Camilla Kingdom. Ha! Junior's jaw dropped. The conversation kept taking unexpected turns. My parents were soldiers, but they got caught in an accident and passed away. I mentioned that before. Yes. In truth, they both died in a guerrilla ambush by the Camilla Kingdom. Junior's fingertips stiffened. Still covering her face, Hecate continued her disjointed speech. I know. From the perspective of the Camilla Kingdom, any Imperial soldier would be seen as an invader. Even the supply officers and medical officers dispatched after the war to stabilize the region could be targets of hatred. But as someone who lost my parents at a young age, I couldn't help but hate the Camilla Kingdom and its people, so I was even more wary of you. Watching Hecate's trembling shoulders, Junior felt it. Ah! A sense of a chasm, thinly veiled between the two of them, being revealed. A chasm that seemed to deepen and widen, creating more distance between them. I grew up in the facility run by the Imperial family for the children of war veterans, as I told you. Yes. The name of that facility is White Blossom. Hecate's overly elaborate surname was actually the name of that orphanage. All the children who grow up there are trained to throw their lives away for His Majesty, to die with worth for the country, and to have white flowers bloom in abundance on their graves. That's what the new surname signifies. I, too, was raised to die in battle. Hecate's dry voice gradually became more intense. I became a soldier to eradicate all enemies of the Empire, to eliminate the terrorists threatening the safety of the empire, to annihilate the vicious rebels from the Camilla kingdom who kill innocent people. But now the empire is at peace, and it's allied with every country it once fought against. Fine, that's okay. I'm the one who's outdated. After all, a knight is just a cog that follows the command of their lord. Hecate looked at Junior with trembling eyes. But what if I'm no longer even a knight? If I've lost the curse, lost my strength, and can no longer go to the battlefield, then what do I have left? My life now has no purpose or value. What have I lived for all this time? In the war between humans, she inherited hatred and intended to fight and die as a knight. In this peaceful era where humanity is united, she lost everything as a knight. Her purpose, her means, all gone. The only thing the world hasn't taken from me is my hatred. My hatred for the Camilla kingdom that killed my parents. Junior, I don't want to hate you, but having you close to me, it makes me suffer. Hecate staggered as she stood up from her chair, taking off the coat and handing it back to Junior. She shivered in the cold air, dressed only in thin clothes, but she gritted her teeth and held out the coat. Thank you for the tea, and thank you for your concern, but please, don't come to see me again. Don't worry, I'll disappear quietly in a few days so you won't be too uncomfortable. After all, I'm no longer needed at this front line. Junior wanted to say something, but no suitable words came to mind. In the end, she quietly accepted the coat, gathered the teacups and teapot, and left Hecate's room. The door closed. Junior, staggering, leaned against the closed door and took a deep breath. It's bitter. The taste of the tea lingering in her mouth was astringent. With her head hung low, Junior muttered softly, "It's too bitter, Mom." Chapter 708. That evening, the Lord's office. I was lost in thought, twirling a fountain pen in my hand. The recovery of the bodies and the reconstruction of the city is happening unbelievably fast. As the imminent destruction disappeared, people from all over the world, realizing the gravity of the frontline's work, volunteered in droves. Thanks to this, we have an abundance of manpower, and it's expected to increase further. The scale of the volunteer army is also rapidly expanding. But the elite forces gathered from various countries are virtually annihilated. Volunteers and workers will leave tomorrow morning to retrieve the bodies of those elite soldiers. I steadied my aching heart and began to assess the current state of the front line. First, the troops. The 30,000-strong unit of elites from the World Guardian Front is annihilated. The airship fleet is similarly wiped out. The only operational airship is La Mancha. Even that needs significant repairs due to the strain from the night closing operation. If there's a silver lining, it's that the soldiers who were originally part of Crossroad are still here. Specialists in monster battles who have fought alongside me in this hell since the first year. The main force of the monster front, who grew from a ragtag bunch of rookies to master monster hunters. Additionally, the Ever-Black Empire infantry have also maintained their strength. The allied units of other races have also maintained their strength, though they were never numerous to begin with. Living under oppression in their autonomous regions, they couldn't amass large forces. However, their quality of troops is high. There are also several remaining units, and finally, the Volunteer Army. The Volunteer Army began to integrate into Crossroad during the Autumn Festival. Their numbers are quite large, and they've been undergoing solid training since then, but they're still unpolished. Especially against the current enemy, the Black Dragon, they couldn't be deployed at the front line. Their morale is high. Can they really be deployed in battles against monsters? Even if they are, can they fight properly against the dreadful monsters of the late third year? After organizing the remaining units and small units from various regions into documents, I placed my pen on new papers to handle the next issue. Next, the defense facilities. It's awkward to say this myself, but Crossroad has become very proficient in demolishing and rebuilding. All sorts of facilities and collapsed structures within the city can be quickly restored. The problem, as always, the city walls. They were completely destroyed by the body slam and subsequent self-destruction of the King of Flies, and when we finally rebuilt them, they were torn apart again by the Night-Bringer's breath and darkness. The southern wall has always had a hard time. We need to restore it. Yes, we need to, but how are we going to do this? Ugh. Structures like city walls naturally require years of construction time. During the last reconstruction, we were able to drastically shorten the construction period thanks to magical construction technology from the Lake Kingdom and wall parts airlifted from the imperial capital of New Terra. But this time we can't rely on such luck. The broken wall, the wrecked forward base. With my hand on my forehead, I let out a deep sigh. There's really a lot of work to be done. No immediate solution is in sight. At least the wall parts brought from New Terra were assembled in a modular fashion, so the undamaged parts are still standing firm. We'll have to focus on restoring from there and devise some kind of strategy as we proceed. City walls, forward bases, barracks, supply depots. After reviewing the list of damaged facilities and outlining a rough restoration plan, I looked down at the next stack of documents. And lastly, the equipment. The equipment of the heroes fighting the nightmare monsters at the front lines is even more crucial than ordinary military supplies. And that vital equipment, wow, this is insane. As I flipped through the documents listing the damaged equipment, my jaw dropped lower and lower. Damn, how much did we wear out? Starting with my own equipment. Great Commander's banner. Lost. Ugh. I couldn't help but cough violently, hastily grabbing my coffee cup and drinking it like water. Hoo. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Damn it. Damn it all. Arg. You damn black dragon bastard. How dare you destroy my personal equipment? Do you have any idea how much I went through to get that? I gathered the pieces that were split into 5 through gotcha. If it weren't for the blessing of the SSR god, I wouldn't have been able to gather them all. Remembering the days I painstakingly collected those flag pieces, tears welled up in my eyes. This is so damn unfair. Sigh. Still, thanks to my fusion, or merging, or Jogris, with Super Ash I can still use most of the functions that were on the flag. Though I'm still pissed off that my personal equipment got destroyed. Sigh, fine. At least some of the functions were preserved. Let's move on to the next equipment. Lord of the High Tower. Reparable. Light and Shadow. Reparable. The armor made from the King of Flies, Lord of the High Tower, was almost reduced to dust, but since its concept is decomposition and recombination, it's fortunately reparable. The flagpole made from White Knight, Light and Shadow. I used it as bait, and this piece of equipment managed to avoid severe damage by disassembling itself into a sheath and a ceremonial sword in a critical moment. Its survival instinct is just like its original. The rest of my equipment was neatly stored in the inventory. That's some relief, at least. Next, Evangeline. This is another big issue. I opened the equipment damage report of our Frontier Margrave's heir. The Cross family's spear, the Cross family's shield, destroyed. Oh my god. You bastard. My painstakingly upgraded, spirit-infused personal equipment. Evangeline's personal equipment is... Damn Nightbringer, you bastard. Change your name, right now, to Personal Equipment Breaker. You claim to destroy the world but only break personal equipment. Die again even though you're already dead. Grinding my teeth, I cursed vehemently. The only consolation is that according to Kelly Bay, although the exterior of the equipment is destroyed, the core is intact, so there's a chance to salvage it. Sigh. Everyone went through hell. Yeah, let's think positively. At least she's alive and only the equipment is lost. Kelly Bay might perform some magic. Evangeline's armor, Snow White, was also significantly damaged, but since it's a self-repairing magical armor, it's fortunately being repaired. Next, the Nightmare Slayers. The Slayer of the Full Moon that was attached to Kuelin has been separated again. Kuelin himself has lost all the curses of the wolf and returned to being a normal human male character. He says he's gained some sort of enlightenment and that his martial arts skills have improved, It was really great to have double-layered equipment. To be honest, his specs are downgraded now. The negative trait glass body has returned. He no longer gets buffs and debuffs depending on the phases of the moon. Instead, the Slayer of the full moon has been purified. This purified leather cloak now provides Kulin with various significant buffs. While wearing this equipment, he's immune to all kinds of curses. It seems to also consider glass body as a curse. As long as he's wearing it, he's sturdy Kulin. I'll have him wear it 24/7. What about in the summer? I don't care. I'll think about it after this winter. Anyway, the purified Slayer of the full moon provides Kulin with several buffs, mostly focused on speed. Having lost the curse of the wolf, Kulin's durability has significantly decreased. His character concept seems to be shifting towards an evasive tank. I hope he can endure it. Hang in there, Beast King. But all the wolf curses are gone. Does that mean he's still a beast man? Considering the divine blessing still resides in him, it seems the tribal god still sees Kulin as an avatar. Whatever next. Additionally, all the nightmare slayers in our possession have been purified. Each equipment user overcame the darkness in their hearts with strong will and awakened. Besides the equipment made from the magic cores of Nightmare Legion commanders, various new equipment forged from dragon hearts also underwent purification. And with the ordeal overcome, all their specs have dramatically improved. Among them, Lucas's equipment is particularly noteworthy. Wait. Excannable? Could be purified? The cursed sword, Excannable, has transformed into the holy sword, Excalibur. If we examine the details closely, it's actually the opposite. It seems that the holy sword Excalibur had fallen and become the cursed sword, Excannable, and now it has regained its original form. That sword that used to tremble and beg for fresh food was a holy sword? The result was so unexpected that I was utterly bewildered. Anyway, the holy sword, Excalibur, which has regained its original form, possesses incredible performance. Its base specs are far superior to the bestowed sword that Lucas originally used. The attached special abilities are also at an insane level. Looking at it this way, it wasn't all bad. As I reviewed the list of purified equipment, I sighed. Objectively speaking, it's a blessing in disguise. In terms of equipment, we actually gained more. More than anything, we obtained a lot. It's not just the purified equipment. We defeated that damned. No, more than damned, the most wretched monster in history, the Black Dragon, so the rewards were also enormous. First of all, we harvested a massive amount of materials from Nightbringer's corpse. I didn't manage to get an intact corpse since I burned it all with the bombardment of light at the end, but I still managed to gather a lot. A dragon's entire body is made of top-grade equipment materials. A mountain of these materials is piled up right in front of the city. Scales, bones, horns, claws, all sorts of parts were swept into the forge. Without exaggeration, it's enough to outfit all the soldiers on the front line with weapons and armor. The equipment of the entire front line will be able to level up. The materials to watch out for are, of course, the magic cores and the dragon heart. Nightbringer had a structure with the dragon heart, the core of the magic power, and another magic core assigned to each of its 7 heads. So, there should be 1 dragon heart and 7 magic cores. We got 1 dragon heart and 8 magic cores. At first, I wondered why this was, but upon examining the recovered magic cores, I found the reason. 1 magic core belonged to Scalion, who had been absorbed by Nightbringer at the last moment. Although his body was lost, the magic core wasn't fully absorbed and thus remained. I could tell because it had the mark of my flag, which had pierced Scalion's heart. What should I do with this? Should I make equipment out of it, or... Pondering, I reviewed the rest of the list. Besides the intact 7 magic cores, actually, 6 auxiliary heads were eaten by Jormungandr. So we recovered them from Jormungandr's severed body. And, similarly, the dragon heart with the mark of my flag. As much as you destroyed our equipment, you shall become our equipment, Nightbringer. Since the forge is extremely busy right now, I'll make the equipment request when things settle down a bit. I looked up at the pile of golden and white boxes stacked in a corner of the office. These are the stage clear rewards. Besides the EX grade boxes, I also obtained 8 SSR boxes. In the game, I could barely get 10 in one round. It seems I got close to 20 SSR boxes during this 3-year campaign. Why is the game being so generous? Did Ader pull some strings? Or, looking back, they did provide some weirdly complete set items. They are pretty generous with items. Despite the hellish difficulty of the game, at least there's a minimal sense of fairness. Thinking this, I reached out to the boxes. I intended to open them all right here. But then, thud 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 thud. I heard someone running down the corridor and, bang! The office door was flung open. Startled, I looked towards the door. It was Lucas who burst in. Catching his breath, Lucas shouted, "It's an emergency, my lord." "What? What's going on?" Lucas panicking like this? What on earth happened? An enemy raid? Or internal strife? A construction site collapse? A defection of an allied nation? Which one? All sorts of thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. Evangeline. Evangeline. Evangeline? Hearing the name of our melee commander made me even more flustered. What about Evangeline? Is she hurt? Did she have an accident? Did she run away? Did she get PTSD and splash pink paint all over the construction site? Damn, which one is it? Then Lucas delivered the answer I never could have imagined. She got a confession of love dash. For a moment, I was so confused that I stood there blankly. Then, without realizing it, I screamed, "Don't lie to me dash." Chapter 709. Just a moment ago, a cafeteria in Crossroad City. A place Evangeline frequents, where new Terra food is served with a southern twist. The Crossroad Women's Heroes and Mercenaries Rights Committee, shortened to CWHMRC. Our irregular meeting that we've lost count of dash. TL note, "Dear Lord, help me with this dumbass name." Heroes affiliated with the front lines were gathered together. Evangeline, who had shouted loudly, spread her hand to the side. "To our female heroes who have graced us with their presence today." Wah! The female heroes gathered around the table cheered half-heartedly. In addition to this, we have special guests. Coolin, Chain, Hannibal, and Zennies. Applause dash. Clap, 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 clap. At this, the atmosphere among the women brightened up, and they all clapped with happy faces. Coolin, Chain, and Zennies didn't look too pleased, but Hannibal, sitting between them, was grinning naively and beaming. "Ah, so cute." The female heroes shivered in front of Hannibal's pure smile. Their faces melted like ice cream on a summer day. Watching these external enemies, Zennies narrowed his eyes. "I brought Hannibal because he wanted to attend, but remember, he's still a minor."
No alcohol.
No scary stories.
No obscene jokes.
And no overly sweet things dash. So many prohibitions. When are you going to stop babying him? Our Hannibal is almost an adult now. Who said, our Hannibal? Keep your eyes off my son. Everyone, back off. Not paying much attention to his father's fuss. Hannibal happily munched on the snacks laid on the table. The female heroes kept repeating, "Ah, so cute." More importantly, we've been having more mixed meetings with men lately. Elize, quietly sipping her drink in a corner, carefully asked, "Isn't it time to drop the women from the meeting name?" "Yes, we could just call it CHMRC and have it be a gender-neutral gathering." Some female members, hoping to expand male membership, watched cautiously, but Evangeline was resolute. "No, CWHMRC must remain as it is." "Why? Because the name sounds more fierce?"
No.
"It must remain a women's meeting, so that when we plan encounters with other male groups in the future, everyone will participate actively." Realizing Evangeline's deep intention, the women were moved. As expected of Miss Evangeline, the eternal president of CWHMRC. Let's stick together. Go group dating. While the women bonded strongly, the male guests are all listening. This is incredibly uncomfortable. Coolin and Chain each threw in a word. Of course, the women didn't pay much attention. Men with partners, leave. Coolin, go to Yoon, and Chain, go home with gifts. Your wife must be waiting. Coolin was even more surprised at this. What? Chain, you're married. Didn't I say? I even have a grandchild now. Chain said calmly, reaching out to grab a snack. His movements, no longer bound by chains, felt awkward. Wait, you had a wife, kids, and a grandchild? I had no idea. Hold on. Then why haven't you gone home even once? Because I was kicked out. No one would look kindly on a black mage who neglected home, gambled, and fought. Chain confessed his unfortunate reality calmly, resting his chin on his hand with a small sigh. Well, at least I exchange letters sometimes since I got a decent job here. It's a relief. Ha! I'm on the verge of retiring from this job too, though. Heh. The Lord will take good care of you. You can go back with a hefty retirement fund. I wonder if they'll be happy if I return. Maybe I'll just hand over the money and wander again. Chain laughed bitterly right after. Well, it's a luxury problem. Now that nobody fellow is in the grave. I'm still alive. The atmosphere rapidly grew somber. They had held a funeral earlier today, and this meeting was an extension of that memorial. Evangeline silently placed an empty glass in the middle of the table and poured a drink. It was a drink for comrades who could no longer be with them. Come on. Let's keep the mourning to the funeral. Evangeline tried to lift the mood. We didn't gather to be gloomy. Those who have gone wouldn't want us to be sad. Evangeline then energetically raised her glass. We've got a long road of hardships ahead. Let's eat, drink, and keep our spirits up. Ooh-hoo. Following the president's words, people started eating and drinking. As usual with such gatherings, each table had its own conversation topics, filled with trivial, idle chatter and laughter. After a few rounds of toasts, those with low alcohol tolerance began to get tipsy and wobbly. Yuuwin. A thoroughly drunk Coolin sniffled. It's morning, wake up. No, it's evening now. I brought steamed potatoes, but why can't you eat them? Somehow, I felt lucky today. Coolin cried while eating the potato gnocchi that was served as a side dish. Chain, sitting next to him, got irritated. Who poured him so much alcohol? He drank it all by himself. When the president said she'd cover the tab, he just kept going. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Yuwin. He looks like a bandit chief, but his alcohol tolerance is weak. Get off me. Yoon, who had briefly regained consciousness using the sacred relic of the Aryan Kingdom, was still in a coma. Coolin visited the Aryan Kingdom's military camp daily to check on Yoon, but her condition showed no improvement. The female heroes clicked their tongues as they watched the sniffling Coolin. See, you should have accepted her feelings when she first confessed. You kept rejecting Yun's advances, but now that she's unconscious, you regret it? That's why relationships are hard. The timing and place have to be right. But I still like seeing someone realize their feelings a bit late and then take care of their partner with such dedication. This kind of coupling is sweet. Just nurse her for the same amount of time she courted you. Then Princess Yoon will be touched by your devotion and wake up with a sparkle. They laughed, scolded, and cheered Coolin's romance. Junior, who had been watching, slowly sipped her wine. Noticing Junior's dark expression, Evangeline asked cautiously, "Are you okay, Junior?" "Huh? Ah." Junior gave a bitter smile. "It's just not easy." Junior let out a long sigh and twirled the wine glass in her hand. Relationships and just the world in general, it's not easy. Really? Why is it so difficult? Seeing the snacks on the table running low, Evangeline picked up the menu and raised her hand. "Shall we order more?" "Excuse me." A young waiter, who had been watching Evangeline, quickly approached. Evangeline looked at the menu and pondered. What should we get? What haven't we tried today? At that moment, the young waiter, swallowing nervously, cautiously spoke.
Miss Evangeline."
"Ha!" Evangeline looked up at the waiter with curiosity. "What's the matter?" Is there something unavailable on the menu today? Well, actually, The stammering waiter closed his eyes tightly and, E, E, E. I. I like you dash. Without any warning, he confessed suddenly. The cafeteria fell into silence. Startled, Evangeline stammered. You like? What? The menu? I like it too. It's delicious dash. And no, not that, Miss Evangeline. The waiter, face flushed red, stuttered but, realizing there was no turning back, shouted again. During the last battle, I stayed in this city and almost died. At that time, I decided if I survived, I would confess my feelings. So, I'm just honestly telling you how I feel. So, you mean? Yes, I really like you. The waiter, eyes tightly shut, shouted once more. As a flustered Evangeline stood frozen, the female heroes around them screamed excitedly. Kaya, it's a confession, a confession. Oh my goodness. This is my first time witnessing a live confession. To see this in this desolate fortress city. Get the popcorn, quick. Hurry dash. It's right there on the table in front. Just pick it up. As the members of the CWHMRC frantically tossed popcorn around and surrounded the two, Evangeline calmly maintained her composure. Excuse me, but do we know each other?
No.
But, the waiter fidgeted. You come to this place often. Evangeline sighed softly. Well, it was true that she frequented this restaurant the most in Crossroad. Now that I think about it, it does seem familiar. I did eat here recently. It was when Hecate came with her hair cut short, and when Lucas, that clueless old man, reacted without any tact. Then she remembered the face of this waiter, who had always served her eagerly whenever she visited. Suddenly, Evangeline clapped her hands and exclaimed, Oh wait, so those 5 extra dishes you kept giving me, was that? Yes, I wanted to make a good impression on you. The rest of the CWHMRC members broke into a cold sweat. Seriously, if you got 5 extra dishes as a service, you should have realized something was up, President. I just thought they were giving away leftovers. Evangeline laughed awkwardly. Thanks to this, the atmosphere at the drinking table heated up, but even though the waiter fidgeting in front of her wasn't particularly unpleasant, there was no reason to accept a confession from someone who was practically a stranger. How should she gently turn this down? At that moment, Evangeline had an epiphany. In this restaurant, when Lucas saw Hecate's new hairstyle and made a tactless comment back then, a knight's hairstyle should be functional. It looks great now, but how about cutting it even shorter next time? If you want, I can shave it for you myself. At the time, she thought Lucas was incredibly insensitive. But now, faced with having to reject someone's feelings herself, she realized he was indirectly turning her down, telling her not to come any closer, that he wanted to remain friends. Lucas had drawn a line with Hecate, as tactfully as possible, while feigning cluelessness. Lost in thought, Evangeline didn't notice the CWHMRC heroes had now targeted the waiter, shaking him up. Hey, young man, you've got some guts. Hitting on our president, who practically runs this city. Yeah, you've got to have that kind of courage when you're young. But you can't get close to the president without getting through us first. Tell us, what do you like about our president? Speak up quickly, and maybe we'll clear a path for you. The flustered waiter answered cautiously under their pressing demands. Well, she eats everything so deliciously. I found it nice to watch, and as I kept seeing it, everyone was shocked by the unexpected answer. Fell for her, because she eats well? Evangeline, who had been frozen, murmured softly. Do I really eat that much? Everyone at the table simultaneously thought. Yes. Chapter 7:10. After revealing the reason why the waiter fell for her, the atmosphere around them descended further into chaos. What? He likes her because she eats a lot. They say those who will be successful can make it with any reason, but to receive a confession for such a reason. Hey, I eat well too. Confess to me too. The people at the drinking party shouted, and the rumor that a public confession had been made spread rapidly in all directions. Heroes and soldiers from the front lines hurriedly ran over, not wanting to miss this unprecedented spectacle. Popcorn available. Enjoy the show with some popcorn. The cafeteria owner hurriedly started selling freshly popped popcorn and beer at the entrance of the store. So, what's going to happen? Miss Evangeline, give us a bold answer dash. Everyone munched on popcorn, their eyes sparkling as they waited to see the outcome of this happening. Ugh! The waiter, seeming to regret his impulsive confession and sensing rejection, covered his flushed face with both hands, trembling. Just as Evangeline, who had internally decided on her rejection, took a deep breath. Don't be ridiculous dash. Ash and Lucas rushed into the cafeteria. Panting from their hurried run, Ash pointed a finger at the waiter. You dare to confess to the future lord of my city? No, my SSR tanker. No, my sister. No. Is there no appropriate term? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ash roared while pointing. Anyway, do you think I'd let you have the glutton under my command dash? Senior, how do you even see me? Evangeline let out a hollow laugh and suddenly made eye contact with Lucas. Entering the cafeteria nonchalantly and receiving a bag of popcorn from the owner, Lucas stuffed his mouth full with an impudent look on his face. Why though? The moment Evangeline saw Lucas's indifferent face, she felt her temper rising. So, she changed the response she was about to give. Waiter. Yes, why yes. Evangeline responded to the waiter, who looked as if he were awaiting a death sentence, with tears welling up. Actually, I don't really know you at all, and you don't know me well either, right? Yes, that's right.
I'm sorry.
I was completely impulsive. So why don't we take some time to get to know each other? What? The surprised waiter looked up with wide eyes. Everyone gasped and looked at Evangeline. Evangeline spoke again. After getting to know each other a bit, let's decide whether to accept the confession, or to date, or even to become friends. What do you think? Evangeline smiled brightly. The surprised waiter was frozen, unable to answer, while the surrounding heroes and soldiers shouted indistinguishable cries of surprise and excitement. In the now chaotic center of the cafeteria, Evangeline glanced slightly at Lucas. Lucas, still with a sullen face, just kept munching on his popcorn. Feeling even more irritated, Evangeline bit her lip lightly with her canine teeth, curling her lips into a smirk. And in the middle of this confused clamor, this is tampering. It's invalid dash. Ash, collapsed on the floor, continued to yell like a baseball team manager. How much effort I put into raising my SSR. Oh, just kill me and take her, you scoundrel dash. After I forcibly dispersed, the chaotic drinking party. Our main party of 5 naturally gathered in the drawing room at the Lord's mansion. Hey, Evangeline. I pointed a finger at Evangeline, who was pouting in front of me. If a stranger tells you they'll buy you delicious food, you should refuse. Why would you even consider it? Is that what I taught you? When did you ever teach me anything? Evangeline, as if it were absurd, let out a sigh and scratched her chin with a sound. But it was the first time someone confessed to me. Isn't it okay to at least talk a bit more? What? Hey, it was practically the first time you met, and he approached you out of the blue. That's a classic multi-level marketing scam tactic. They're all trying to deceive you. Despite my desperate persuasion, Evangeline just snorted. Oh dear, Senior, are you jealous because I've become popular? What did you say? At the last bloom of my teenage years, finally, it's time for my youth to blossom. Don't be jealous, cheer for me.
Ah, no.
Evangeline was already intoxicated by the fact that she was now a popular person who even received a confession. Look at that. She's got such an annoying face. Just look at that arrogant expression. How her nose is in the air. Now there's no turning back. This is not what we wanted to see. As I despaired and clutched my head, Evangeline laughed, brushing her finger under her nose. And I will be careful with my love life. You don't have to worry too much. Really? You'll be careful? You won't fall for some multi-level marketing scam. I won't. I'm almost an adult. I can handle my own love life. I flinched and stopped. What? An adult? You? Yes. My birthday is soon. I'll be 19 then, right? My jaw dropped. Come to think of it, that's right. She was 16 at the beginning of the first year. Now it's already the late part of the third year. When her upcoming birthday arrives, Evangeline will be 19 years old. Legally a full adult. A foolish sound escaped my mouth. This doesn't make sense. It's something that can't happen in this world. I always thought of her as a 16-year-old kid. Suddenly, she's grown up and is about to become an adult. Ha ha ha. Soon I'll really have the qualifications to sit in the Margrave's seat. Evangeline, still with an impish laugh, crossed her arms arrogantly. Now that I'm an adult, I'll date freely, spend money as I please, and redecorate this mansion with flowers and frills. I'll even take 3 husbands. Nonsense. Faced with an unbearable future, I screamed and spun around, then unfairly directed my frustration at Lucas, who was standing behind me. Why do you look so calm, Lucas? Yes. I pointed at Lucas, who was standing there expressionless. Is it okay with you that a girl like your sister is swooning over a stranger's confession? Aren't you going to stop her? Sister? Then Lucas sneered. Evangeline? My sister? That can't be. You heartless bastard dash. My loyalty lies solely with my lord. You're a loyalty and chivalry only dandy dash. While Evangeline's overly proactive pursuit of youth was a problem, this tall knight behind me had his own severe issues in a different direction. Come to think of it, why are you so disinterested in romance? It's one thing not to care about others' love lives, but shouldn't you at least care about your own? More specifically, pay attention to Hecate. She's liked you since the academy. She's in bad shape, so do something about it, you clueless guy. Then Lucas lowered his gaze slightly. As for my love life, I think it can wait a bit longer. There are more important matters than my personal happiness right now. Hey, if you keep saying studies are important, competitions are important, employment is important, and keep postponing, you'll end up a clueless bachelor like those in that other world. Ugh, why do I feel hurt by my own words? Anyway, since the topic came up, I was about to urge Lucas further about Hecate. Pardon me for the late hour, Your Highness. With a knock, a woman with short beige hair entered the drawing room. I have something to tell you. Speak of the devil. It was Hecate. The people in the drawing room exchanged quick glances. Lucas's indifferent gaze, Junior's bewildered gaze, Evangeline's complex gaze, all collided briefly with Hecate's gaze and then dispersed. Unable to follow the subtle change in the atmosphere, I just blinked, and next to me, Damien was also smiling warmly. What's going on here? Someone explain this to me. Was I the clueless one all along? Excuse me. I see everyone is gathered. Hecate lightly greeted with her eyes, stood in front of me in a formal posture, and got straight to the point. Your Highness, I and the entire Glory Knights are leaving Crossroad. I was shocked. What? Why? We, the Glory Knights, have lost our ability to perform in battle. We can no longer be of help to Crossroad. In fact, our presence here might even be detrimental. I saw Junior's shoulders tremble slightly. Without even glancing in that direction, Hecate nodded. The people needed on this front are those who can contribute to the great battles fought here. The Glory Knights are no longer among them. Therefore, I request our retirement. I will await your permission, Your Highness. Then, Hecate briefly stated her piece, bowed to me, and then turned around and left. Hey, what? As I turned around, flustered, Lucas, Junior, and Evangeline, all 3 were lost in thought, immersed in a strangely subdued atmosphere. Holding my breath, I whispered to Damien beside me. Why is the atmosphere like this? What's wrong with everyone today? Damien smiled brightly and whispered back. Well, everyone is young after all. No, you're pretty young too. Why are you smiling like an old man who's lived his entire life and seen his grandchildren? Feeling a headache coming on, I rubbed my temples and nudged Damien in the side with my elbow. Hey Damien, don't you have anything? No interesting romantic developments. Hehe. My memories of the past are precious, so I'm not thinking about romance for now. Damien then gazed distantly towards the temple. And right now, I have a precious being to protect. Gasp, who? A precious being to protect. Who on earth could it be? Our Padong. She's almost 3 years old now, so she's quite frail. She needs care. Oh, that one? Well, considering a hamster's lifespan is about 2 to 3 years on average, it does make sense to take good care of her. Sighing softly while observing the complex and subtle atmosphere, I muttered, Goodness. They say people will find love even amidst war, and old sayings aren't wrong. Then everyone turned to look at me blankly. I broke out in a cold sweat. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Huh? Of course I do have something going on with Serenade. Kind of, in a romantic sense. Ahem. Anyway, the monster front is not a place for matchmaking. Of course, if you do end up falling in love, getting married, having kids, and so on, I'm fully prepared to give my wholehearted support. Watching the intertwined lines of everyone's hearts, I groaned. The monster front is love-struck. I have no idea how it will all end up, being a clueless bachelor myself. But, still be happy in the end, kids. I sincerely wished for it. Chapter 7:11. Crossroads Square. Although restoration was progressing rapidly, there were still more ruins than anything else. Zennies and Hannibal were walking side by side on the main street. Hehe. Everyone seems so youthful. Zennies, who had been talking about what had happened at the gathering, chuckled and then looked at Hannibal. By the way, Hannibal, don't you have any romantic relationships? What? I bet there are a lot of people who like you. Any good news? Zennies laughed mischievously. Hannibal scratched the back of his head awkwardly. In fact, Hannibal had a very colorful dating history for his young age. He was popular even within the mixed-race community, and the number of lovers who had passed by his side easily reached double digits. He just hadn't found the right person since coming to Crossroad. Hannibal felt awkward about revealing this, so he redirected the topic instead. What about you, father? Me? Any good news? Hannibal asked with a sly smile, causing Zennies to become flustered. Well, there's no such news for me. I've been a priest all my life. But priests of the goddess's order aren't restricted from marriage, right? And now I'm excommunicated. Doesn't that make you even more free? Hannibal cautiously asked Zennies, who was at a loss for words. What about Priestess Rosetta? You seem close with her. How is that? Cock! Zennies coughed loudly in surprise and waved his hand. Rosetta and I are not like that. Really? Yeah, we're like siblings. Rosetta saved my life when I was young. We're connected on a much deeper, spiritual level than just a man and a woman. Hannibal, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary, interjected as Zennies tried to explain further. Father. HM? What? I think it would be nice if I had a mother. Cock dash. Trying to pry into his son's romantic situation only to get a blowback left Zennies sweating coldly and barely able to reply. I'll try. Though it wasn't something that could be achieved just by trying. Hannibal, satisfied, quickly ran ahead, while Zennies folded his arms and groaned. Romancy? Me? I've become a commoner now. But at this point, suddenly he recalled what Ash had once said. From now on, today is the youngest we'll ever be. He also remembered what his son had said to him before. Father, how do you want to live from now on? You can do anything now. A faint smile tugged at Zenni's stiff lips. Yes, today is the youngest we'll ever be, and we can do anything in the future. If there's a good match, there's no reason not to. A good match? If there is one. This was the hardest part. Zennies, with a bitter smile, quickly followed his son who had run ahead. Crossroad. Back alley. Hey, Coolin. Get a grip. Why did you drink so much when you can't even handle your alcohol? Chain was supporting a heavily intoxicated Coolin as they made their way back to their lodgings. It was a nightmare, trying to bring along a drunkard when Coolin's injuries hadn't even healed yet, making it hard for him to move. Chain gritted his teeth and practically dragged Coolin. After hours of struggle, they finally reached the barracks and managed to get Coolin into his room. Wow, I almost died. You owe me a meal later. Got it? Chain pointed a finger at Coolin, who was slumped on the bed, then turned to leave. It was then that Coolin, heavily drunk, mumbled from within his pillow. Chain. I should go home. It's not my place to say, having lived a shorter life than you, but it's best to be with the ones you love. Chain clenched his lips. Coolin's voice grew increasingly drowsy. They're all waiting for you. So, before it's too late, tell them how you feel. Soon Coolin was snoring loudly. Sighing, Chain closed the door and returned to his own quarters. The barracks room he shared with nobody was completely empty. Leaning on his crutch, Chain entered the room and collapsed onto his bed. Chain pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. It was a letter from his wife, received a few days ago. Kate safely gave birth. It's a healthy boy. Kate was the name of Chain's daughter. The letter informed him that his daughter had given birth to a son, making Chain a grandfather. A smile crept across Chain's face as he read, but it slowly froze at the next line. Just in case, don't think about coming back. Don't show up now and disturb our lives. This level of occasional correspondence is enough. Chain's face darkened further. It's been 10 years since you left us. We've gotten used to living without you. Don't disrupt our peace. I hope you live well, wherever you are. The letter ended there. I was a shameful husband and an inadequate father. After carefully folding the letter and putting it back in his pocket, Chain sighed softly. He missed his daughter. He wanted to see his son-in-law, whom he had never met, and his new grandson. But most of all, he missed his wife's face. But he had no face to show. Where do I go now? Chain asked the empty room, running a hand over his face. What should I do, nobody? Crossroad. Lord's mansion. Having chatted with the main party members for quite a while in the reception room, night had fallen. It was an awkward time to send them back, so everyone decided to stay at the Lord's mansion. In fact, Lucas and Evangeline already lived here, so they just needed to give Junior and Damien one guest room each. After tucking everyone into their rooms, I returned to my office. People's hearts are the hardest thing in the world to understand. Just as difficult as strategizing against monsters, if not more so. Grumbling to myself as I entered the office, I saw a familiar gray-haired man sitting on the guest sofa. Startled, I called his name.
Eddie?
Ah, my lord. The director, whom I hadn't seen in a while, waved leisurely. Welcome back. Hey you. Where the hell have you been hiding? Showing up just now. I shouted urgently, then froze. In Ader's hands was the royal scepter of the Lake Kingdom, the last item I had planned to examine from the loot check. This scepter. And Ader, examining the scepter, suddenly made a strange comment with a sheepish expression. It reminded me of my unrequited love. I got lost in memories. What? Even you too? Everyone's caught up in monster frontier love? Fine. Everyone, just fall in love. The whole world is coupling up. Gah. A while later. Unrequited love. I brought 2 cups of warm tea and handed one to Ader, asking, So, is the object of your affection nameless? Ader, accepting the teacup, smiled faintly. No comment for now. Come on. After all this time, still no comment? We're in the endgame now, just spill the beans already. How long are you going to keep it under wraps? My dull love story will become clear soon enough. What's more important right now? Ader lightly waved the scepter he held. Is this? I looked at the scepter, then back at Ader. He began to explain. This scepter originally symbolized the royal authority of the Lake Kingdom. It was a beautiful staff with a pure white body and blue gem decorations on top. Now, the scepter's gems were all blackened, and dark veins like blood vessels spread through its body. It's amazing it still maintains its dignity in this state. After the nightmare engulfed the Lake Kingdom, the Demon King imbued his power into the scepter. Since he frequently left to explore the nightmare, he needed someone to act in his stead. So this scepter, yes, it can be said to symbolize the deputy authority of the Demon King. Ader levitated the scepter in the air, placing his hands over it. It has several functions, but its primary role relates to our ongoing game, Doom Revelry. It designates the stage timing, the monster legions to be dispatched, and the dark events. Crackle, crackle. From Ader's fingertips, a complex spell-like formula appeared, penetrating into the scepter. System windows like those in the game popped up and vanished around the scepter. Ader's fingers moved like he was typing on a virtual keyboard. Crack. In an instant, all the system windows were absorbed into the scepter. The gem on top seemed to clear slightly, though it might have been my imagination. Here, it's yours. Ader offered the scepter to me respectfully with both hands. I accepted it, bewildered. Huh? You're giving this to me? Of course, it's yours. It's your loot.
Aidez nos dead.
Regardless of the process, you've taken the symbol of the enemy commander. You deserve the advantage it brings. So, I can use the scepter's functions to designate the stage timing, the monster legions, and the dark events. For now, yes. Ader continued. The Demon King is not currently present. He's still exploring the nightmare. While he's away, you can use the scepter to customize the stages as you see fit. So, I can schedule the stages at convenient times, select the weakest monster legions, and apply the least threatening dark events to make the stages easier. But when the Demon King returns and reclaims his authority, the scepter will lose its power and revert to a mere staff.
Aidez smiled bitterly.
It will become a faded, powerless staff, symbolizing a fallen kingdom's lost royalty. So, while the scepter still holds power, use it to make your battles easier before the Demon King returns. I focused my mind on the scepter. The familiar system interface of the Nightmare's attack appeared before me. Stage 41. Immunity period. 3 weeks. Penalty if violated. Select Monster Legion. List of dark events. I've made it user-friendly, like a game. Sometimes, you really do seem like a director. Quickly reviewing the content, I pondered for a moment and then asked, what if I don't designate any monsters? If I skip the stage, what happens? Ader shook his head slightly. Don't forget who this game, Doom Revelry, is for. This world is fundamentally a playground for the outer gods, the Watchers. Without convincing them, you can't do that. If you try to skip stages without reason, or if the stages are too easy, they will intervene directly. Intervene directly? What do you mean? Ader gestured at me. Remember stage 3 a long time ago? The dark event. Of course I remember. Early in the first year. Stage 3. The time remaining for the stage suddenly decreased, and the monsters staged a diversion. It was chaos. Evangeline almost died. That dark event was direct intervention by the Watchers. Check the old records. Now that you've gained divinity, you should be able to see it. I hurriedly opened the system logs and checked the dark event tracker, reviewing the old logs. There it was. Intervenes in the game. This log message, full of question marks, which I couldn't read before. For some reason, now I could read it. The will of the Watchers intervenes in the game. Chills ran down my spine, and goosebumps rose all over my body. So, the malice I had sensed all this time was... Do you see it clearly now? As I gritted my teeth and reviewed the records, Ader's faint smile widened. The will of this world, this universe, to destroy us. Chapter 7:12. So, it's like this. After hearing a few more explanations from Ader, I summarized. The Demon King is hosting this game, Doom Revelry, and you were the opposing player. Now, having run out of power, you've handed over the role to me, the proxy player. Yes. And these external gods watching us, the Watchers, mostly just observe, but they have occasionally intervened in the game without us knowing. That's correct. And both the Demon King and you have been endlessly resetting this game for your own reasons. You, to reach the true ending. And the Demon King, for reasons yet to be revealed. Ader nodded, and I rubbed my chin. In simple terms, the Demon King is also stuck in an endless loop, like a hardcore gamer trying to clear a deathmatch challenge, with occasional viewer participation events like votes or roulettes. What? What should the dark event for this stage be? Let's start a viewer poll. The Watchers cast their votes and decide. Which monster legion will invade this stage? Place your channel points for the roulette. The Watchers bet their points on the roulette. The more points they bet, the higher the chances. Isn't that right? Correct. Ader's face went blank for a moment as I spouted game streaming jargon. But fundamentally, isn't it the same thing? Somehow, I'm starting to get a clearer picture, like an earthling gamer playing to entertain viewers. The Demon King is conducting Doom Revelry to satisfy the Watchers. So, essentially, our principles of action are quite similar. And, just like how viewers enjoy the endless resetting of games, despite their frustrations, to challenge themselves repeatedly, taking on this hardship to reach the one desired ending. Similar to me. So, what is the Demon King trying to achieve? What is he seeking through this countless repetition of Doom Revelry? Trying to grasp the intentions of my enemy, I gripped the scepter in my hand tightly. Anyway, this is the last game. Both Ader, as the Demon King's opponent, and I can no longer continue the game. This is the last run. One way or another, the ending will be decided. There will be no more resets. I have no room to consider my enemy's circumstances. We must do our best to achieve the best possible outcome on our side. I will deliberately advance the stage. I connected my consciousness to the scepter, examining the tower offense interface as I spoke. I will deliberately violate the immunity period. This will cause penalties for the attacking side. A smile appeared on Ader's lips, as if he had expected this. We will likely face weakened enemies. I quickly confirmed the timing, Monster Legion, and Dark Event, then tapped the scepter on the ground with its end. The gems at the head of the scepter flickered with a sinister black light, and then the system message appeared. Stage 41 has been confirmed. Both players, prepare for attack and defense. Both players, I'm doing both roles right now. I smirked. Demon King, whatever your goal is in endlessly resetting the game, whatever you're seeking in the nightmare, that's none of my concern. While you're away, I'll set things up to be as advantageous for us as possible. We're not in a relaxed situation ourselves.
Aider.
As I planned out the upcoming stages, I suddenly spoke to Ader. Come to think of it, you've never really told me what to do about the true ending. Are you really okay with that? It had always puzzled me that, despite claiming to aim for the true ending, he left me to my own devices. I never needed to. Ader smiled gently, giving an answer similar to one he'd given before. Because you've done very well so far, and you'll continue to do well. I'm grateful for the trust, but now I'm even more curious. What exactly is the true ending? Where are we heading? I asked Ader a few more questions about the Demon King's purpose, identity, and the current situation inside the inaccessible Lake Kingdom. But Ader evaded my questions with a vague, "You'll find out soon enough." This cryptic director guy. He's definitely on my side, but he's stingy with spoilers. Well, it's late, so I'll be going now. Rest well, my lord. Hey, you're not going to disappear suddenly again, are you? Don't worry too much if you can't see me. I have my own preparations to make. Ader bowed respectfully and slowly exited the office. See you again, my lord.
Aider disappeared.
After staring at the closed door for a while, I turned my gaze back to the scepter and gripped it tightly. No matter what, being able to configure the stages at my discretion is practically a cheat. I'll exploit it to the fullest. The next defense battle will be held in a week. The next day, in the Lord's Mansion reception room, I gathered all the top-tier heroes and announced. Everyone was surprised. What? But my lord, didn't you say the next defense battle is in 3 weeks? Lucas asked, bewildered, and I nodded. That was the original plan, but I advanced it at my discretion because it's more advantageous. I briefly explained the functions of the Lake Kingdom's royal scepter, showing it to them. The ability to specify the type of invading monsters, the invasion time, and even the dark event made the heroes' expressions varied. Indeed, if that's the case, we can strategically exploit this. If we can deliberately choose only the easiest enemies to fight. But our army is not in normal condition. Isn't this too hasty given our current situation? After allowing them to voice their opinions for a moment, I spoke again. Sure, the World Guardian front is in a tough spot. The walls are not fully intact, and our troops are in poor condition. Even our key heroes have not recovered from their injuries. And beyond these physical scars, everyone also bore mental wounds and accumulated fatigue. We had just faced the King of Flies and the Black Dragon consecutively. The city was almost destroyed, and our allies' lives were constantly at risk. Though they were standing strong, their inner selves must be battered. However, despite this, I judged that it's better to engage in rapid battles now. I would prefer if the Demon King doesn't return until the end, but that's unlikely. This isn't a merciful game, and those Watchers won't just stand by. So, while the Demon King is away, I'll force the stage difficulty down as much as possible to prevent the Watchers from interfering. The way to do this is by applying penalties. There's a no-attack period rule between stages. I plan to keep violating this rule. By doing so, the monster side will constantly receive penalties. Even if the Watchers try to forcibly raise the stage difficulty, the penalties will limit their interference. I will select the monster legions I have thoroughly mastered, apply the least suitable dark events for those legions, and summon them to the battlefield with heavy penalties. Then, our elite forces will sweep away these weakened monster legions cleanly. In short, that's the strategy. When the Demon King returns, the scepter will lose all its authority. We must exploit it to the fullest while it still holds power. After explaining this in a way the heroes could easily understand, I continued. And one more thing. During these rapid battles, we will train the volunteer army. As long as I can control the battlefield with the scepter, the fights will be easier. This is the time to train the volunteer army. Most of the soldiers in the Guardian front are seasoned veterans, but the volunteer army is an exception. They joined after the King of Flies incident, and due to the peculiar situation since then, they haven't had any proper combat experience. Now, when we can adjust the battlefield difficulty easily, is the perfect time to train them. There's no better time than this. My speech has been long, but once we fight the imminent battle, you'll understand how weakened the enemy is, how we should fight. I tapped the blackboard. So, the enemy for the next defense battle. I calmly announced the already confirmed matter. Living armor. What? The veteran heroes were collectively astonished. Especially Lucas, Damien, and Lily, who had been with me since stage 1, were shocked. Well, it's understandable. Living armor was the monster legion we faced in stage 1. But I didn't misspeak. This is the real living armor legion. The monster legion we'll face this time is the strongest among the living armor types. I smiled broadly. The army of the Phantom King. The Phantom Knight, who was the boss monster in stage 1, will now be a regular monster. And leading these Phantom Knights is the Lord of Armors, the Phantom King, the true living armor legion. After explaining about the Phantom King's legion and the tactics to defeat them, the heroes were flustered by the news that the defense battle would be held in just a week, but they quickly started preparing. After all, they were seasoned warriors. Watching the heroes rush to their duties across the city, I turned my head to the side. Hecate and the Glory Knights were standing there. I approached them. "Your Highness, Glory Knights, you've all gathered." I nodded at the knights who saluted and declared, "I'm sorry, but your retirement is postponed." "What? But dash. Until I permit it, you will continue to serve on this front line." Currently, they are appointed as the Crown Prince's personal knights. Having lost their curses and magic, they can no longer fight on the front lines, but they need my permission to change their assignment. Hecate had requested retirement. It seemed the Glory Knights had all agreed, but I had no intention of letting them go. Retirement? Denied. "With all due respect, Your Highness." Hecate, gritting her teeth, drew her sword. Other heroes were startled and tried to rush over, but it wasn't necessary. Hecate's stance was awkward, her arms weak, and her sword trembled and fell to the ground. Panting heavily just from drawing her sword, Hecate spoke in a suppressed voice. "We can no longer wield our swords." After repeating death and resurrection excessively, our bodies are utterly broken. We only maintained our knightly functions by forcibly mending our magic through curses. But now those curses are removed, and we can no longer wield swords. Her beautiful and refined swordsmanship, once praised even above Lucas, was now gone forever. Staying here is a burden. Even receiving salaries is a waste of the Empire's precious funds. "Please let us go, Your Highness. Stop making us feel ashamed. I beg of you." But I shook my head. Hecate's face contorted. "Do we seem like we're trying to flee from the front lines? Then, cut us down here and now." Denied. "Then, let us lead the next battle and die at the forefront." Denied. "You will no longer enter the battlefield." "Then what in the world?" "Find it." Hecate's face went blank at my stern voice. "Find out what you can do on this front. What you can do with your broken bodies. How you will live from now on. Find out what you can do in this world without dying." I nodded. "Find it, and tell me your answer. Until then, your retirement is on hold." Hecate and the Glory Knights looked bewildered. Looking at the other heroes around me, especially the young ones whose hearts were tangled, I raised my voice. "All right, the next defense battle is in a week. Everyone, go prepare." Chapter 7:13. Since I could adjust the stage configuration to my liking, I could have chosen much easier monster legions. Nevertheless, the reason I deliberately chose the named monster, the Phantom King's Legion, was simple. To maximize the benefits. Accumulating benefits now would serve as insurance later. So, while I can exploit this cheat of the royal scepter, I need to squeeze out as much as possible. If I can impose significant penalties to drastically reduce their combat power, facing a well-known, powerful foe would obviously yield greater benefits. The stronger the enemy, the more their abilities are reduced by penalties. Choosing a powerful legion with an established strategy and clear weaknesses to defeat was the way to go. Hence, I chose the Phantom King. They met all the conditions. But it's not without its risks. Our side isn't fully prepared either, especially the walls and equipment. In the remaining week, repairing the walls was out of the question, and fixing damaged equipment wasn't easy either. Replacing completely lost equipment within a week was impossible. So, let's open the chest. I decided to finish opening the stage reward chest I had left unfinished last time. If fully crafted items dropped from here, it would be a huge help for the upcoming stage. This time, the rewards include 1 EX grade chest and 8 SSR grade chests. I decided to start with the SSR grade chests. Should I open them one by one or all at once? After a brief moment of contemplating superstitious practices, I decided to boldly open them all at once. With the chests in front of me, I couldn't help but gulp. 8 golden chests opened simultaneously, a luxury I might never experience again. My dear SSR God, you know my heart, right? You're my best friend, right? Please, give me something awesome. Praying fervently, I opened all 8 golden chests at once. Did I hit the jackpot? Flash, flash, flash dash. Golden beams shot up from the chests in a row. Such a beautiful color exists in the world. Rubbing my hands together, I licked my lips in anticipation. What did I get? And the results were as follows. Rewards. Oath of Protection SSR2. Oath of Healing SSR2. Mountain Spirits Axe SSR. Shell of the Old God SSR. Heavenly Voice SSR. Wait and See SSR. There were a few familiar items I had seen in the game before, and some completely new ones. I blinked. No way. A set of Oath of Protection and Oath of Healing? And 2 of each? Wow. Both Oath of Protection and Oath of Healing are bracelets, and their effects can be summarized as follows. Oath of Protection. Heals a designated ally by the amount of damage you deal to the enemy. Oath of Healing. Deals damage to the enemy by the amount you heal a designated ally. In other words, they are auxiliary equipment designed to support fighting alongside a designated ally. They are essentially set equipment, but you can have 2 different heroes wear each and support each other. However, the true potential of this equipment is revealed when one person wears both. The equipment effects trigger a chain reaction. So, if you heal an ally by the amount of damage dealt using Oath of Protection, Oath of Healing deals damage to the enemy by the amount healed, and then Oath of Protection heals again by that damage, and Oath of Healing deals damage again. This creates a miraculous infinite loop. In practice, there's a healing cap, so it doesn't create an infinite loop. Once the designated ally reaches full health, there's no more room for healing, and the chain stops. And the damage dealt to the enemy also gradually decreases due to factors like enemy defense or health cap. Still, if used well, it's a very fun piece of equipment. In the game, getting one set meant seeing heroes wreak havoc on the front lines, dealing and healing simultaneously. If there were no range limitations, I would give it to Damien without a second thought. Damien is our frontline strongest dealer and a unique healer who can heal from a distance. Based on the options, this equipment should go straight to Damien. But unfortunately, the equipment's effective range is quite short. According to the description, the effective range is about 10 meters. The ally or enemy must be within 10 meters for healing or damage to occur. This isn't suitable for Damien, who needs to perform long-range sniping duties from a safe distance. Then it should go to Zennies, our frontline healer. Though this equipment can be utilized by non-healers, it would be most effective if a healer initiates with Oath of Healing. Starting with a heal, Oath of Protection deals damage accordingly. Then Oath of Healing heals again, creating a beautiful infinite loop. Since Zennies wears holy armor and fights on the front lines, he can initiate the combo effectively. It would suit him well. Wait a minute. I got 2 sets. So, 2 Oath of Protection and 2 Oath of Healing. That means, hold on. If 2 people wear a set each and designate each other as targets, once one side starts healing or dealing damage to the enemy, both can trigger infinite healing and damage loops. Wait. This is theoretically broken. No, it's beyond broken. Theoretically, it's an insane synergy of infinite loop x infinite loop, right? If everything falls into place beautifully, theoretically, an incredible combo chain is possible. I shuddered at the thrilling sensation, like discovering an infinite combo in a fighting game. No way, this could break the game.
No patch? No rollback?
Really? Then I'll gladly take advantage of it. Zennies and Rosetta. I'll pull these 2 priests to the front line. Both had sufficient stats to fight on the front line but were often positioned slightly back due to being precious healers. But if they each wore a set, being on the front line wouldn't be an issue. No, they need to be on the front line to fully utilize this insane infinite combo set. Giggling at the thought of this ridiculously overpowered equipment, I slowly wiped the smile off my face. To give out set items like this all at once. What's the reason? Staring at the sky, trying to guess the intention behind giving out such equipment. Forget it. I decided to stop thinking about it. At least the SSR god has never betrayed me. Let's gratefully use the items given. The other 4 items are all new. What are they? I examined the Mountain Spirit's axe first. It looked like a small hand axe. The effect was Mountain Spirit's axe. If lost anywhere, 3 random spirits will appear to retrieve it. You can instantly summon one of the 3 spirits once per day. This one is quite amusing. A rather humorous piece of equipment. The attack power as a weapon was mediocre, but the special ability was everything. In short, it allowed a daily random spirit summon, like a mobile game's daily draw reward. It seemed fun to give it to anyone, but the equipment description stated, the summon spirit's grade is influenced by the user's affinity with spirits. That determines the user. Hannibal, this is for you. Hit the jackpot and summon spirit kings. The probability seems incredibly low, though. After assigning the Mountain Spirit's axe, I examined the remaining items. What are their effects? Shell of the Old God. A crown made from the shell of a dead ancient god. When activated, it transforms the wearer into their prime state for 3 turns. Once per stage. Heavenly Voice. A mask worn by the celestial choir. Changes the user's voice into a beautiful song, granting various buffs to allies. Buff list. Wait and see. A boomerang used by a legendary hunter. Wherever thrown, it will always return to the user's hand at the desired moment. Equipment below a certain weight can be attached to the boomerang. What the heck are these quirky items? Items with effects that I couldn't quite grasp how to use effectively. I pondered who to give these items to and then had a sudden thought. Wait a minute. Could these items be used by captured monsters? During the last battle, most of the captured monsters I had collected and those handed over by Jackal were wiped out. But not all were lost. The Kraken, which can be summoned once every 3 stages, is still there. And the newly captured mini version of Jormungandr. Moreover, somehow surviving the chaos, the Banshee Legion Commander and the Dullahan Legion Commander were still in my captured monster space. No, wait. Think carefully. These are precious SSR-grade items. Even if captured monsters can wear equipment, is it really the right decision to give these to them? But these options are just... The options fit perfectly, as if these items were allocated specifically for them. My eyebrows twitched as I gathered the items and put them in my inventory. I decided to test them later. Alright, this is a great haul. Thank you, SSR God. Of course, the gacha show wasn't over yet. The highlight of the day, the final chest, remained. It's important to express gratitude midway so the SSR God remains pleased. After fetching a bowl of clear water and offering a thank you, I carefully picked up the last chest, the glowing white EX grade chest. EX grade chest. I think I received one once after clearing the tutorial stage. The item I got back then was the Trader's Necklace I'm wearing now. It has functions like an achievement shop. It seems to have other hidden features too. Anyway, the EX grade itself signifies something different outside the existing grade system. The item that comes out of this will likely be out of the ordinary. There's a high chance it might not directly aid in combat. But just in case, let's open it with some anticipation. After taking a deep breath, I opened the chest vigorously. SSR God. No, EX God. Please grant me a game-breaking, overpowered item dash. Flash dash. And then, amidst the dazzling white light, a small ring emerged from the chest. What? I squinted my eyes and examined it closely. Imperial Seal Ring, EX. Imperial Seal Ring? An Imperial Seal refers to the royal stamp, and this is a ring. Upon closer inspection, a transparent magical pattern on the ring's top shifted shapes constantly. If I stamp this ring somewhere, the pattern will be imprinted. This is called a signet ring, and it's an Imperial Seal version. So, what's its function? Reading the item description carefully, Imperial Seal Ring, EX. It allows the wearer to channel the collective will of the organization they represent into power. Ooh? The description sounds impressive. It's a bit abstract, so I'll need to use it to understand fully. But I represent several organizations. Thinking this, I slipped the ring onto my right ring finger. What? The magical pattern on the ring instantly changed. It shifted from the imperial symbol of a sword and rose to the flaming dragon head of the Bringer Duchy, then to the X mark symbol of Crossroad, and several other changes before finally settling into a plain, flat black pattern. The symbol of the World Guardian front. I focused my consciousness on the ring. Then I instinctively grasped the ring's usage. My mouth gaped. Wait, it can do this? Although I had been called the guardian deity of humanity and gained divinity, it didn't provide a tangible sense of power, so I hadn't felt it strongly. This ring concretely manifested those aspects. I hadn't realized it until now. Covering my mouth with my ringed right hand, I shed a tear of emotion. Now I might really be a cheat character? After a long time of humiliation and persecution, this was my comeback. How much had I been scorned and self-derided for lacking combat talent? I clenched my right hand wearing the ring tightly, and I thought to myself, all right, I'll carry this next defense battle. And then, time flew by, and the morning of the 41st stage dawned. Chapter 7:14. Stage 41 Day. Our forces, having deployed in advance, were camped not far from the Black Lake. There were several reasons for choosing this location to confront the enemy. Firstly, due to the Black Dragon invasion, all the teleport gates in the area were destroyed, leaving only a few functional ones. The lakeside ferry was the only secured passage, making it a strategic point. This was the primary reason. We must defeat them near the Black Lake if possible. Secondly, the valley to the north still held the remains of our fallen soldiers, which were being retrieved. Civilians and volunteers were working there, and the remains needed to be properly recovered. Therefore, we had to annihilate the Phantom King's Legion before they reached that area. As a result, we kept pushing the battlefront closer to the lake, where the monsters would emerge. Ugh! The atmosphere is tense. Gulp! This time, the deployment included heroes, some seasoned soldiers from Crossroad, and volunteers. The volunteers had been continuously trained, but this was their first real battle. Facing the Black Lake's imposing presence, they were rigid with fear. They nervously swallowed dryly, their tension palpable. Even the elite heroes and soldiers were tense. Having recently slain the Black Dragon, it was natural to be anxious about facing another monstrous threat. Everyone, with somber eyes, stared at the rippling surface of the Black Lake. I too scrutinized the lake along with the soldiers. Since the last battle, the Black Lake had refused entry to outsiders. All paths from the human world to the Black Lake were blocked. Today marked the first time a monster would emerge from the Black Lake. Any peculiarities needed to be closely observed. "Are you all right, my lord?" Lucas, who was examining the lake beside me, asked cautiously. "We have formed a formation, but the defenses are insufficient. Are we truly prepared to face the monster legion like this?" Lucas always played the role of my brake. He pointed out what I might have missed and helped ensure nothing was overlooked. I had already shared the plan and operational directions for this stage with all the heroes and soldiers deployed here and conducted retreat drills in case of emergencies. Even so, Lucas asked to make sure there was nothing I had missed and whether it was okay to proceed with the plan as the defense battle was about to begin. I nodded. "No problem. Understood, my lord." Lucas bowed and moved to the forefront of our forces. It was natural for Lucas to be concerned. As he mentioned, there was no wall or barricade in front of us. The volunteer soldiers formed a human wall in the front, with elite troops and heroes preparing their offensive measures behind them. This defense battle was fundamentally different from previous ones where we had at least a low stone wall or a forward base to rely on. But I had a plan and confidence. That's why I had set up such a seemingly reckless formation. For the volunteers embarking on their first battle, it must have been nerve-wracking. I hope they gain a lot of mental experience from this battle. I had only one order for the volunteers. Hold your ground. Do not flee under any circumstances. This alone was commanded, and it would be a much harder task than it seemed. Rumble. The surface of the Black Lake began to boil violently. Whoosh! With a tremendous splash, waves surged upward, and then, thud, 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 thud. From the split lake surface, shrouded in thick gray fog, the monsters emerged. What is that? It's huge. So huge. Seeing the monstrous forms stepping onto the land, the volunteer soldiers were visibly panicked.
No wonder.
The leading monsters, even as mere rank and file, were enormous. Phantom Knights. Massive living armor. In Stage 1, they were the boss monsters, swinging greatswords to cleave Crossroads walls. Now they were mere foot soldiers in the Phantom King's Legion. And there were 100 of them. Thud, 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 thud. The colossal monsters stepped out of the lake one after another, planting their feet on the ground. The Phantom Knight from Stage 1 was a boss monster, slightly larger due to its status. It had stood almost as tall as Crossroads' main wall. These Phantom Knights were smaller in comparison since they were regular monsters. But even so, they were still plenty large and menacing. They seemed bigger than the frost giants we had encountered before. Ugh! They're huge. And so many of them. Seeing the horde line up, even the heroes and elite soldiers turned pale. Veteran soldiers, in particular, were highly agitated. Those who remembered what the Phantom Knight did in Stage 1 couldn't help but be distressed. It lodged its great sword into our wall. We barely managed to defeat the Phantom Knight that approached Crossroads' main wall. But before it died, it swung its great sword in a final fit of rage, damaging the wall significantly. That damage haunted us for a long time afterward. The same Phantom Knights that cleaved our walls alone were now 100 strong. It would be strange not to be anxious. This is why we came out to meet them ahead of time. Indeed, the final and most significant reason we decided to meet the Phantom King's Legion here, rather than at a forward base or Crossroads walls, was that each of these monsters was essentially a siege weapon. Even if they didn't swing their greatswords, their sheer size would damage the walls by ramming into them. We couldn't afford to see that happen again. Our walls had already been wrecked multiple times by monsters like the King of Flies and the Black Dragon. We couldn't let it happen anymore. The Phantom Knights, having formed up in front of the lake, simultaneously focused their gaze on us and began their advance. Thud! They stamped the ground and started marching in unison. Thud! 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 The massive monsters advanced with clear hostility. The volunteer soldiers couldn't help but let out short cries of fear. But I remained composed, a smile even forming on my lips. Living armor is the worst enemy in the early stages. When they first appeared in Stage 1, it felt like the world was unfairly targeting me. I genuinely felt a giant malice trying to game over me. But not now. I chose these monsters. I deliberately brought my forces to the forefront to fight them. I came here personally to mess with you. The reason living armor is a slaughterer in the early stages is due to their formidable physical defense. Living armor is essentially a ghost in armor. The heavy armor reduces physical damage, and the ghost inside is also resistant to physical attacks. With limited attack options early on, they're incredibly difficult to deal with. However, these creatures have a clear weakness. Their armor is thick but rusty and crudely made. In other words, they have low magical defense. Additionally, the ghost inside is very vulnerable to magic. Living armor's nemesis is essentially a mage. Even in Stage 1, Jupiter alone fried a bunch of them. The Phantom Knight is a composite of these living armors. The characteristics remain the same. In other words, these guys can be defeated with magic. Dr. Muad'Dib. I called out, and Dr. Muad'Dib, who was ready behind me, nodded firmly. He then turned to his mages and shouted, "Let's go!" As Dr. Muad'Dib spread his arms wide, wings of mana sprouted from the mages' backs. It was the area-wide flight effect of Dr. Muad'Dib's equipment, Old Phoenix. The mages soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the mana wings on their backs connected, forming a geometric magic circle. A new function of the awakened and purified Old Phoenix. A three-dimensional joint magic circle drawn in the air. They say its performance far surpasses the traditional 2D magic circles drawn on the ground. Foo! At the center of this 3D joint magic circle, Junior closed her eyes and gathered her mana. Living armor is steel-clad ghosts. Their ultimate weakness is lightning element magic. And Junior is the successor who inherited Jupiter's lightning. Flash! With a flash, Junior's eyes opened, and as the airborne, interconnected mages extended their staffs forward. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning rained down on the Phantom Knights at the forefront. The Phantom Knights, advancing in the lead, were melted down to unrecognizable forms. I clenched my fist tightly. Living armor is the worst enemy in the early stages. In other words, once you get past the early stages, they aren't hard to deal with anymore. They're only tough because you lack mages early on. Now, with plenty of mages, we can fry them up easily. Overwhelming them with firepower is entirely possible. Turn them into popcorn. At my command, the elite soldiers behind us fired cannons. Boom! 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 Mana cannons and all sorts of magic-capable artifacts were fired simultaneously. Additional bombardments followed the lightning strikes on the battlefield. Krarg! The Phantom Knights roared in pain. With no decent magic defense, they had only two choices: dodge the magic or rush forward while taking the hits. But how could those huge, cumbersome bodies dodge lightning? Moreover, I applied a dark event tailored just for them. Using the Lake Kingdom's royal scepter, I had applied the cowering dark event to them. Its effect was to drastically increase physical defense while significantly reducing movement speed, making the already slow-moving monsters even slower. Physical defense? Increase it all you want. We're just going to bombard you with magic. Flash, flash, flash. Boom, boom, boom. The massive Phantom Knights melted away just like the ordinary living armors did in Stage 1. Seeing this spectacle, the initially terrified volunteer soldiers gradually filled with relief and joy. I smiled with satisfaction. Yes, no matter the adversity we face, we can and have overcome it. I hope you new soldiers learned that certainty. But then it happened. Krarg! From the thick smoke, a half-melted Phantom Knight burst out. Driven by unyielding will, fueled by hatred for humans, it dragged its shattered body through the bombardment to charge at us. Gasp! It's coming! Af! What do we do? Still, hold your ground. The volunteer soldiers screamed and their formation wavered. But despite their tearful faces and raised arms, they did not turn and flee. Hold your ground. The one order I had given them, because I told them multiple times that only by not fleeing could we win this war. Good. Watching these admirable new soldiers, I snapped my fingers. Well done holding your ground. Whoosh! A magical wall I had summoned rose in front of the volunteer soldiers. They blinked in surprise at the sudden appearance of this gray wall. I smiled awkwardly. It's not like we'd fight the enemy monster legion without any barricades. Though it's a bit shameless to say myself. Right now, the walls I summon instantly are sturdier than most fortresses. Thud! The charging Phantom Knight crashed into the magical wall, but the layers of my magical wall didn't budge. As the Phantom Knight recoiled in shock, I muttered, "This isn't Stage 1 anymore, and we're not novices. We've fought through 40 stages and 3 years have passed. This living armor legion, just slightly bigger than before, poses no threat to us." I lightly waved my hand, and then, flash! Junior's lightning finished off the Phantom Knight cleanly. Chapter 7:15. 100 giant Phantom Knights were annihilated in an instant. Apart from the first Phantom Knight that briefly touched our magical wall, none of them managed to approach us. They simply crumbled under our relentless magical bombardment. Confirming enemy monster annihilation. On the scorched ground, heated by the fallen magic, all the Phantom Knights were destroyed. A scout surveying the area reported loudly, "No moving monsters in sight." Although there were no more monsters heading towards us, I remained standing with my arms crossed, a serious expression on my face. The other heroes and soldiers also maintained their combat stances, staying alert. These creatures were an upgraded version of the Living Armor Legion from Stage 1. In other words, just as the living armors fused to become the boss monster Phantom Knight in Stage 1, clink, clank, the armor fragments of the fallen Phantom Knights began to quiver and swirl, ascending into the sky. Massive amounts of armor fragments swirled above the Black Lake, forming a steel hurricane. At the center, the ghosts that had emerged from the Phantom Knights' bodies fused into one. Clank, clank, clank. A gigantic, intricately designed suit of armor came together in midair. Chainmail wrapped around the ghost's body, forming a shape, and then plate mail pieces were added on top. Finally, a massive helmet was placed on its head, complete with tall horns as helmet decorations. The Lord of Armors, the Phantom King, finished merging in midair and slowly descended to the ground. Boom! The enormous weight caused the area to ripple and shake. Trees around the lake toppled over in rows, and everyone in the vicinity was momentarily lifted off the ground. Unbelievable? I gaped at the sheer weight and size of the Phantom King. Heroes, seasoned soldiers, and even the new volunteer soldiers gawked in shock. The cloak of chains fluttered behind it, a massive flail in one hand and a large round shield in the other. Blue flames flickered inside the helmet, glowing like eyes in the darkness. Roar! An incomprehensible, distorted roar echoed from the helmet. The Phantom King was about 5 times the size of a regular Phantom Knight. Its thickness and girth were beyond precise calculation. The King of Flies and the Black Dragon, both colossal monsters we had faced recently, were incomprehensible in their enormity, but this steel giant was equally formidable. It was colossal. It's not right to say this about a monster, but, standing behind me, Kelly Bay muttered softly, "It's pretty cool, isn't it? Right?" The fusion was pretty impressive. Moreover, it wasn't just any fusion. The Phantom Knight, a fusion of living armors, had now fused further to become the Phantom King, a fusion of fusions. In other words, it's the result of a great fusion. Whoa! Several heroes muttered in awe. Beside me, Evangeline was exasperated. Is now the time to be admiring the enemy monster? Well, the enemy is the enemy, but we can still appreciate the aesthetics. And more importantly, we have the confidence to defeat it. Alright, don't be scared. It's the same as the Phantom Knights earlier. We'll bombard it with magical attacks. The Phantom King boasts near immunity to physical attacks, but its magical defense is still weak. This is an inherent weakness of the living armor lineage. Normally, its massive health would allow it to withstand magical attacks to some extent, but, Junior, we have the ultimate debuffer on our side. Use elemental disassembly. Geez, I'm really working hard today, huh? That's what mages do. Now, give it a big shot. Despite grumbling, Junior effortlessly unleashed her ultimate skill, elemental disassembly. Boom! A sound like shattering space echoed, and in the next moment, the Phantom King's magical defense was torn apart. It was already weak against magic, and now its resistance was reduced to practically nothing. What happens when you hit it with magical attacks in this state? It hurts a lot. At my shout, the mages and various artifacts began bombarding the Phantom King. Boom! 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 The body of the enormous steel giant began to crumble in places. The Phantom King, despite its colossal size, moved incredibly slowly. Coupled with the cowering dark event I had applied, its speed was further reduced. Moreover, I had instructed the initial attacks to target its legs. Boom! Crack! Crash! The sound of metal breaking echoed as the Phantom King's leg armor shattered. Good! If we can bring it down. If the giant falls, we can pummel it relentlessly until it recovers its stance. However, the Phantom King didn't let its legs be destroyed so easily. Roar! It let out a long roar and began disassembling armor from other parts of its body to reinforce its leg armor. Clank! 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 The upper body armor shrank in real time, transforming and reinforcing the leg armor. The massive Phantom King, which had been staggering under the magical onslaught, regained its balance. Thud! 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 Despite being pummeled by magical attacks, it continued to march toward us, one slow step at a time. Tougher than I thought. Watching it steadily approach, I pondered. We could theoretically maintain a safe distance and hunt it slowly. However, the Phantom King could repair its damaged parts given enough time, prolonging the battle. But there's no need for that. We have many prepared measures. I nodded and turned around. I saw 3 heroes and 3 captured monsters, all equipped with new gear. All right, let's test the new equipment. Zenith and Rosetta, equipped with Oath of Protection and Oath of Healing. Hannibal, equipped with Mountain Spirit's Axe. Jormungandr, equipped with Shell of the Old God. The Banshee Legion Commander, equipped with Heavenly Voice. The Dullahan Legion Commander, equipped with Wait and See. But how exactly are we supposed to fight with these? The Banshee Legion Commander sang in a beautiful soprano tone. Since wearing the Heavenly Voice mask, her voice had changed. She used to cry mournfully all the time, but now she sang sweetly. While it was pleasant to the ears, her already gloomy expression became even more melancholic. It seemed her identity as a crying monster. The Banshee was somewhat shaken. I appreciate the equipment, but what am I supposed to do with this boomerang? The Dullahan Legion Commander stuttered in confusion. He couldn't see the connection between himself and a boomerang. I have it all figured out. You'll understand once we get into the real battle. While pondering which equipment to test first, Hannibal eagerly raised his hand. Me! Let me go first, Your Highness. Oh, I like your enthusiasm, Hannibal. In fact, while the other pieces of equipment needed to be used directly in combat, Hannibal's Mountain Spirit's Axe could be tested without any risk. It was the right choice to test it first. With a slightly flushed face, Hannibal unbuckled the small hand axe from his belt, removing the leather sheath from its blade. Here I go. He lightly tossed the hand axe into a prepared bucket of water. Splash! The hand axe sank to the bottom of the bucket. The activation condition for Mountain Spirit's Axe was to drop the item somewhere. 3 random spirits would appear to retrieve it, and one of the 3 could be summoned into reality. It could be done once a day, with the duration of the summon depending on the spirit. A daily random draw. I love it. No gamer dislikes a free draw. With high expectations, Hannibal and I eagerly peered into the bucket. So, what kind of spirit will appear? Flash. A dazzling light shot up from the bucket. First, it was purple. An SR grade spirit? That means a high-grade spirit. This is a good start. Flash. Next came a golden light. Holy moly. An SSR grade spirit. A top-tier spirit. This first draw is a jackpot. Flash dash. And then, an even thicker, gigantic pillar of rainbow light shot up. What the? I had never seen this color before. Could it be? This spirit is? Hannibal gasped in shock. Swoosh. 3 spirits rose from the bucket. First, a high-grade water spirit. Then, a top-tier wind spirit. And, hee-hee, laughing behind a veil made of ice. An ice dancer. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming presence of this spirit. Hannibal, in particular, looked close to fainting. The dancer handed the hand axe back to Hannibal with a graceful motion. Hannibal, trembling, took the axe and spoke the spirit's name. Ice Spirit King. I thought it was just a legend. No way. Is it really a spirit king? Did Hannibal just draw a limited character on the first day? Hey, Hannibal. Don't use up all your luck on the first day. Be careful of accidents today. While I was thinking like a gamer, the Ice Spirit King gently sent the other 2 spirits back and circled around Hannibal once. Terrified, Hannibal looked at me and shouted, "What do I do, Your Highness?" "What do you mean, what do you do?" I pointed toward the slowly approaching Phantom King. "Ask her to beat up that guy." "Ah." Got it. Hannibal nervously gestured and explained to the Ice Spirit King. Fly over there, to that armored monster, and give it a good beating. Possible? Hannibal made punching gestures with his fists. Giggling, the Ice Spirit King nodded and smoothly flew through the air toward the Phantom King. She circled around the Phantom King once lightly and then, huff, she blew a white breath towards the Phantom King's legs. Instantly, the legs of the steel giant froze. Roar? The Phantom King struggled to move, but its enormous legs were stuck to the ground, frozen white. After immobilizing the Phantom King, the Ice Spirit King swam through the air back to Hannibal. She kissed Hannibal lightly on the forehead, whispered something, and then disappeared into the air. Hannibal, standing there with his mouth slightly open, murmured in a daze. She's gone. Seems the summon duration for a Spirit King is really short. But she did use an attack skill before leaving. Thanks to that, the Phantom King was immobilized, and our magical bombardment hit it full force. The monster's terrifying roars echoed as its armor shattered. Well done, Hannibal. Praising Hannibal's amazing luck, I asked. So, what did the Spirit King whisper to you before leaving? I'm curious. Spirits typically don't speak, but a Spirit King might. I was curious about what she had said to Hannibal. She said, "Call me often." Swallowing dryly, Hannibal looked around nervously and whispered to me, "Because soon, by your world standards, we'll never be able to see each other again." What? I opened my eyes wide in surprise. Never see each other again? The spirit realm is a place detached from the flow of time. The spirits there live in the past, present, and future simultaneously. They know everything that has happened and will happen. Hannibal explained to me, swallowing hard. But what does she mean by we'll never see each other again? I pressed my lips together. Spirits know the future. And the Spirit King already knows that, by our world standards, we won't be able to see each other in the near future. What does this mean? Chapter 7:16. When the Ice Spirit King froze the Phantom King's legs, it couldn't move, and our side's magic bombardment rained down relentlessly on the Phantom King's body. Gruar. The Phantom King twisted in agony. Witnessing this, Zennies wiped away tears of joy. Sob, my son is the best. It seems he's proud of Hannibal's achievement. Seeing Zenni's pathetic display, High Priestess Rosetta nodded towards me. It looks like we don't need to step in. Your Highness. It seems so. I crossed my arms and observed the Phantom King crumbling on the other side. I wanted to test the remaining equipment, but the Phantom King was already collapsing, and it wasn't exactly the right condition for testing anyway. The Oath series given to Zennies and Rosetta was specialized for chaotic skirmishes, and the equipment given to the captured beasts was somewhat ambiguous for use against colossal monsters like the Phantom King. Jormungandr's equipment would be quite useful, though it would probably not leave much around it intact. The equipment given to Jormungandr, Shell of the Old God, can transform it into its prime form for 3 turns. In other words, it could revert this tiny Jormungandr back to its enormous form for 10 minutes. It would make for a good-sized match with the Phantom King, but such a large-scale battle would be too close for comfort, and Jormungandr's physical charge wouldn't be effective against the Phantom King, who is immune to physical damage. So I decided to postpone the remaining equipment tests and finish off the Phantom King with magic bombardment. Gruar Dash. The Phantom King, who had been quietly enduring the magic strikes, suddenly changed its stance. Crack, crack. Bright blue cracks suddenly spread across the full-body armor that made up its body. I shuddered. That's not damage we've inflicted. The energy expanding from within its armor seemed ready to burst the entire armor at any moment. The armor started to break from within, emitting blue and pale energy through the cracks. Alarmed, I raised my hand and shouted, "Cease bombardment dash." Everyone switched to defense mode dash. The soldiers firing cannons hurriedly abandoned their cannons and retreated, and the mages stopped their attack spells and switched to defensive spells. Evangeline, who had rushed forward with a temporary shield instead of her usual one, shouted, "Sir, then that is." Yes, it's its final pattern. I trembled at the unexpected turn of events. The inner core of the armor, it's the final strike, releasing all the condensed wraiths at once. Just like the Phantom Knights in Stage 1, the Phantom King releases ghosts from its armor once it's destroyed. While the wraiths released by the Phantom Knights only inflicted mental status ailments, the wraiths released by the Phantom King directly damaged the soul of the target in addition to mental status ailments. I can't believe it's using that itself. Realizing there was no way to overcome the current situation, it decided to destroy its armor and divert all remaining energy to releasing the wraiths. This crazy beast is always pulling stunts like this. Now and then, at that moment, Lucas, who was preparing for defense alongside Evangeline, spoke with a strange bravado. Anyone who has fought in the first defensive battle with our Lord knows this pattern. Oh, come on. Stop showing off, old man. Evangeline grumbled. The two of them were bantering as usual to ease the tension, but there was still an awkward and subtle atmosphere between them. In the past, Evangeline might have lightly hit Lucas a few times, or Lucas might have played more pranks on Evangeline. But now they were keeping a distance, not even making eye contact. I wonder if they'll be all right. No, this isn't the time to worry about such tender sentiments. Let them solve their problems on their own. Boom! With a terrifying sound, the Phantom King's full-body armor shattered as if a bomb had gone off inside. Amid the fragments scattered like fireworks, a mass of blue and pale wraiths surged out with a deafening wail. It was truly a storm of wraiths. Eek! Ah! It was a terrifying sight. The seasoned soldiers, who had seen worse, remained calm and maintained their defensive stance. But the volunteer soldiers were in complete disarray. Many dropped their equipment and fell to the ground. Even with unyielding commander applied, they look like this, as expected of the Phantom King. And since it's a sort of suicide attack, its momentum felt even more intense. Mental status ailments can be nullified by me, and I have prepared a defense system against soul attacks from the wraiths. But the sheer force of the wraiths pouring in was daunting. Although I believed we could withstand it, there was a chance we could suffer more damage than expected. Shall I test my new equipment? Stepping forward, I took a deep breath. I glanced down at my new equipment, Imperial Seal Ring, on my right ring finger, as the commander of the World Guardian Front. I slowly began the incantation. I represent everyone on this front. The ring, which bore no markings, filled with a symbol-less black color, the emblem of the World Guardian Front. Therefore, all responsibility lies with me. The buck stops here. I echoed the words, then clenched my fist, striking the air in front of me. Flash! It was as if an imperial seal had been stamped in the air. And the next moment, whoosh dash! Transparent white energy began to swirl around the symbol imprinted in the air. This white energy was converging from Crossroad and from every person gathered on this battlefield. The volunteer soldiers, who had been trembling, were bewildered as streams of white energy rose from their bodies and flew towards me. This was the function of the Imperial Seal Ring. Imperial Seal Ring, EX, can manifest the will of the members of the organization you represent into power. I can gather the will of those under my command and use their collective strength. Currently, I am the racial god of humanity, but while I have gained divinity, I actually struggle to exercise that power. During the decisive battle with the Black Dragon, all humanity desperately wished for morning, so I could use sunlight to end Nightbringer. But usually, the will of humanity doesn't easily unite, as we are a species that advances through conflict and divergence. Despite the grand name racial god, it actually doesn't hold much power. This Imperial Seal Ring assists me in this regard. It narrows the scope of people I represent and concretely unifies their clear will into my power. Gazing at the symbol of the World Guardian Front imprinted in the air, I murmured, as the representative of the World Guardian Front, I wish. And what everyone gathered here fervently wished for was just one thing. That this horde of nightmares does not invade our world. Whoosh dash! The white, transparent energy in the air began to transform rapidly. The white energy transformed into something like tetrapods used as breakwaters on a beach and lined up in front of my magical wall. And over that, the phantom tide crashed down. Boom! It was like a stormy beach. The waves of wraiths crashing down couldn't penetrate the breakwater made of human will and shattered into pieces. Screech! Breathing in, I looked at the disintegrating mass of wraiths. If what is pouring towards us is the will of monsters and nightmares to destroy this world, then I represent the will of the people of this world. The will to live in this world, even for just one more day. From here on, it is the realm of humans. I declared. Begone, monsters, dash. The wraiths released by the Phantom King kept crashing against the breakwater. My wall wavered several times, but it ultimately withstood. When the seemingly endless storm finally subsided and people began to lift their heads, the wraiths that had been surging towards us had vanished without a trace, and the bright sunlight was shining down from the clear sky. The memories of Stage 1 flashed before my eyes. Caught in an inexplicable sentiment, I surveyed the battlefield now devoid of enemies. Turning around with the sunlight at my back, I looked down at my soldiers. Everyone was looking up at me. Clearing my throat, I shouted. For the past 3 years, we have defended against all sorts of legendary monsters. On this front made of graves, we are still alive and breathing. And this winter will be our last time to stop this storm. The long journey of 3 years was finally coming to an end. This is our final season. Once this winter passes, this war will end in one way or another. In one way or another, we will complete our mission. I spoke with resolve. And since it will end anyway, I want to win. I want to seize victory after giving our best effort until the very end. For all our comrades who have sacrificed their lives for this war, I want to grasp a happy ending. I shouted. What about you all? Thud. The heroes and veteran soldiers simultaneously struck the ground with their weapons. I looked at the volunteer soldiers and asked again. What about you? The volunteer soldiers, hastily standing up and adjusting their gear, also struck the ground with their weapons. Thud. It was a bit clumsy, but a sufficient response. Now, my people. Clenching my fist, I raised one arm. Will you fight with me till the end? Thud dash. Will you live with me till the end? Thud dash. Looking around at my soldiers now in perfect unison, I smiled broadly. Good. Let's go. To the final battlefield. The first of the final 10 battles against colossal monsters. Started with a complete victory. Together, till the end. Stage 41. Clear. Stage MVP, Jupiter Jr., SSR. Level up characters. Hannibal, N, and 10 others, expand list. Deceased and injured characters. None. Items acquired. Phantom King's Magic Core, SSR 1. Phantom Knight's Magic Core, SR 100. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SR grade reward box, 10. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Lake Kingdom, 2. At the same time, atop the walls of Crossroad, Hecate, squatting, stared blankly towards the south. The creaking sound of crutches echoed from behind. Hecate glanced back. A black magician, Chain, approached with an unsteady gait. Hecate turned her gaze forward again. Chain stumbled closer and stood behind Hecate. The two, who could no longer stand on the battlefield, quietly stood there side by side. After a long silence, Hecate cautiously muttered, By now, our comrades must be fighting a fierce battle in front of the Black Lake. Now that I'm of no use, unable to step onto the battlefield, what is the point of me staying here on this front? Chain, who had been silent, asked, If you leave, do you have a place to go? No. After a brief contemplation, Hecate replied,
No.
Then where were you planning to go? Hecate bit her lip and glanced sideways. And you, Chain, do you have a place to go?
Ido.
Chain sighed deeply. I just don't know if they will accept me there. As cheers of victory echoed from the south, in front of the Black Lake, the two retirees, unable to fight anymore, fell into a silent and uncertain contemplation about where to go and what to do. Chapter 7:17. After that, the battle could be easily handled for a while using the royal scepter. We designated enemy legions that we could snipe the weaknesses of based on our current situation, applied the dark event to amplify those weaknesses, and then took them down one by one using appropriate strategies. Stage 42. The designated Nightmare Monster Legion was the Earth Shadow Legion. A kind of ghost-type monster similar to the Phantom King Legion, it has the ability to hide within shadows. In other words, it's weak to light and also, it's particularly vulnerable to holy power. This means that the Zennies and Rosetta duo, equipped with the Oath set, would play a significant role in this battle. Is that why you threw us to the front lines, Your Highness? Rosetta shouted in a sharp voice, and Zenny swung his holy spear, floundering. Wait, is this okay? How can this even be? Although the two were surrounded by shadows, they were utterly annihilating the encroaching shadows, showcasing an overwhelming display of power. The Shadow Legion, each individual was weak, relying on numbers to overwhelm. Each individual had low stamina and not very strong attack power. Rosetta's iron whip tore through a shadow, and the Oath of Protection healed Zenny's minor injuries by the same amount as the damage inflicted. The Oath of Healing then unleashed that healed amount as damage to attack another shadow. Zenny's spear pierced through a shadow, repeating the same process. Rosetta and Zenny's each unleashed this infinite chain reaction on their own. From the bracelets on their wrists, beams of holy light continuously shot out, burning the shadows. Shadows exploded around them, and nearly half of the Shadow Legion was burned away by the duo's efforts. We could easily finish off the remaining half. Even so, please refrain from putting us on the front lines in the future, Your Highness. The priest duo, drenched in cold sweat, returned. Rosetta muttered with a pale face. No matter how great the Oath set's effect was, being surrounded by a monster horde was not a pleasant experience. I nodded, patting their shoulders. This battle was special, and I'll place you according to the time and situation. This battle was set up to test the limits and effects of the Oath set. Just then, Hannibal popped in between the two weary priests, leading them off to let's have dinner together, and walked toward the crossroad town. Hannibal had a very shrewd look in his eyes. Well, whatever. Anyway, one more down. Stage 42. Cleared. Stage 43. The designated Nightmare Monster Legion was the Iron Horse Legion, a literal legion of horses made of steel, with the boss unit, the Iron Horse King, being a monster that looked like some sort of train. This train-like creature could only run on designated rail tracks, which the regular iron horses around it would transform into with their bodies. Once the Iron Horse King passed over these tracks, the iron horses would revert to horse form and follow the group. This odd way of advancing made the monster group incredibly fast. They could cover the distance from the Black Lake to the crossroad in a day and a half. What kind of ancient era did this world have? What kind of monsters are these? It's ridiculous. Junior, standing next to me, added an explanation. There are records in the history books. Apparently they were magical creatures developed as transportation in one of the ancient magical kingdoms. After that kingdom perished, they went rogue and became monsters. A magical civilization's Terminator, huh? Robots are scary. We were currently aboard the airship La Mancha. The Iron Horse Legion, having just left the Black Lake, immediately started laying tracks and began running, with La Mancha in the air ready to chase them. We'll follow the plan I explained earlier. I looked back. There, standing awkwardly, was my captured monster, the Dullahan Legion commander, fidgeting with the boomerang in his hand. Having lost his body, he was currently using parts of armor we obtained from Stage 41, attaching his head to it to function as his body. Go, Dullahan. Do you really think this will work? It absolutely will. Now go. The Dullahan looked reluctant but eventually did as I said. Pop. He detached his head and attached it to the boomerang, with the top of his head on the boomerang and his neck facing the air. Watching this bizarre scene, the surrounding people had strange expressions. They also looked at me, who had ordered this plan, with incredulous looks. Hey, don't look at me like that. Just call it thinking big. Let me explain the plan one more time. I crossed my arms and explained. When you throw this head boomerang at those iron horses, Damien will time his shot to decapitate an iron horse. Then you will attach your head to the empty neck. Once you switch heads, you can use your special ability to take control of the monster's body. After that, you'll actively hinder their advance. Can you do it? The Dullahan's head on the boomerang shut its eyes tightly. I'll try. You can do it, Dullahan. The commander believes in you. Let's show them what we can do. The Dullahan, standing awkwardly, threw the boomerang with his head attached high into the air. Whoosh! The boomerang spun as it flew toward the Iron Horse Legion. The Dullahan's head also spun, shouting, I'm getting dizzy. Damien! Yes! Damien, who had been on standby, observed the target through the sniper scope. Bang! He fired a shot. The bullet narrowly missed the boomerang, then flew ahead and precisely decapitated an iron horse at the front. As the iron horse, made of steel, lost its head and began to stumble, the boomerang with the Dullahan's head attached flew in and snapped onto the empty neck. Click! Take this, horsehead man. It's a new head for you. As I made an incomprehensible quip, the strange looks around me deepened. But isn't the result all that matters? You! The Dullahan roared, having taken control of the iron horse's body. With a human head on a horse's body, he kicked back and struck another iron horse running behind. Crash! The struck iron horse rolled on the ground, causing others to trip and fall, eventually getting crushed by the Iron Horse King coming from behind. Well done! As I shouted in delight, the Iron Horse King moved. This rampaging train, with a giant horse head decoration, quickly accelerated and caught up to the Dullahan Iron Horse from behind. That's enough! Call for retreat! I shouted, looking to the side, and the waiting Banshee commander began singing in a high-pitched voice. Thanks to Heavenly Voice, it was a very beautiful voice. Come back to the airship. Oh, what a lovely song. The retreat signal echoed, and the Dullahan manipulated his head-attached boomerang to separate from the iron horse's body and soar into the air. Boomerang, wait and see special ability. It always returns to the user's hand. The boomerang, spinning, returned to the airship, and the moment the Dullahan's head detached, the Iron Horse King crushed the betrayed Iron Horse's body underfoot. Perfect timing! Seeing the successful retrieval of the Dullahan's head, I gave a thumbs up. The Banshee and the Dullahan seemed noticeably depressed. But isn't this a good thing? Your Highness, the front of the Iron Horse King, the horse head decoration. Then Damien suggested, I think I can shoot and destroy it. If we attach the Dullahan there, we might be able to take control of it. I looked sharply at Junior. Junior nodded reluctantly. Normally, destroying the head decoration wouldn't be enough to stop the monster, but the Dullahan has the ability to take over headless bodies. Theoretically, it's possible. I gave a thumbs up to Damien this time. Nice idea, Damien. You get the Think Big title. Huh? Oh, thank you? Damien tilted his head, but he smiled, knowing it was a compliment. Originally, we planned to continue wearing them down with the same method, but Damien's suggestion changed the strategy. Bang! Damien's shot destroyed the horsehead decoration on the Iron Horse King's body, and the Dullahan's boomerang with his head flew in and snapped into place. Is it a success? I shouted, and at the same time, you! The Dullahan, having taken control of the Iron Horse King, roared and turned the rampaging train's path sharply. Crash! Smash! The iron horses caught in this derailment screamed as they were destroyed. Well done, little train Dullahan. The enraged iron horses then charged at the Iron Horse King. Nightmare legions are particularly intolerant of traitors. The monsters roared, desperately trying to kill each other. Hang in there, hang in there. The Banshee commander hummed a strangely weak-sounding support song, and I clapped my hands and shook my shoulders in time with the tune. I love it when monsters fight each other. This is called monster infighting in game terms, and I really enjoy situations where they turn on each other. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Anyway, we solved it. I protested under the surrounding sullen gazes. The Iron Horse King, having stopped without more tracks, was rolling on the ground. The other iron horses stomped and kicked it violently. We watched the monsters fight each other until they were exhausted, then dispatched our preserve troops to easily finish them off. Stage 43. Cleared. Stage 44. The designated Nightmare Monster Legion was the Kuan Legion, a giant fish said to come from the eastern continent, which transforms into a gigantic bird called Pung. There is a fish in the northern sea whose name is Kuan. The size of this fish is unknown, several thousand li in size. Kuan transforms into a bird called Pung. The back of this bird is also unknown in size, several thousand li. When it exerts all its strength to fly, its wings spread wide like clouds covering the sky. A famous opening passage from the Zhuangzi's Wandering on the Way. Why does such a creature actually exist? Of course, it's not as absurdly large as in the legend, but it's still an ultra-giant monster that changes from a fish to a bird. It's best to defeat it when it's in the fish state before it transforms into Pung. The problem is that it transforms into Pung as soon as it comes out of the Black Lake. So, we prepared something simple. Bubbling. The surface of the Black Lake began to boil. Splash. A gigantic fish, Kuan, leaped out. As it began to transform into the enormous bird Pung upon touching the world's air, all its scales shining. Jormungandr, I shouted, throwing the underwater serpent with all my might. You transform too. Chapter 7:18. The Jormungandr I hurled with all my might soared into the sky with a swishing sound. Of course, with my usual strength, it would have been impossible, but the serpent sensed my intention and coiled its body, launching itself upward. Simultaneously, flash dash, Jormungandr used Shell of the Old God. The effect of Shell of the Old God is to restore its prime strength for 3 turns. In other words, for the next 10 minutes or so, boom, 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 Jormungandr reverted to its form as the World Serpent, showcasing its true nature as an ultra-giant monster. Having completed its transformation to its prime state, Jormungandr immediately attacked the Black Lake. The fish Kuan, just about to transform into the giant bird Pung, was caught off guard and took the full brunt of the attack. Crash! Boom dash! The fish, halfway through its transformation, was pressed down by the serpent and sank back into the lake. Kuan Ping. Raising massive waves and bubbles, Jormungandr and Kuan fought fiercely beneath the lake's surface. I swallowed hard as I watched. Can we finish this in 10 minutes? Of course, even if we couldn't finish within 10 minutes, we had other strategies prepared to take it down afterward. The Dark Event and the Goddess's Blessing were both tailored for this battle. It would be great if we could finish it easily without much effort. After about 10 minutes, everyone was on edge, waiting with bated breath. Splash dash! Breaking the surface first was the giant fish Kuan. Everyone's shoulders tensed. Did this mean Jormungandr was defeated? Swish dash! But no. Jormungandr emerged next, holding the massive fish in its powerful jaws. It lifted its defeated prey like a hunter. Thud! The enormous body of Kuan was flung out of the lake. Half of its body had transformed into Pung, suggesting it had desperately tried to transform to escape Jormungandr's grasp. Swish dash! Jormungandr exhaled in satisfaction. This serpent had wrapped its long, gigantic body around Kuanping, squeezing the life out of it. Everyone cheered. I jumped up and shouted, "Well done, Jormungandr!" Swish! Swish! Jormungandr, exhaling contentedly, glared northward with its golden eyes. Now, back to the north. No, where are you going? Come here. As Jormungandr, driven by instinct, tried to head north again, the effect of shell of the old god ended, and it reverted to its small, original form. Swish, swish, Jormungandr coiled up, looking somewhat sad. Violet and the Gamblers' Club members petted and comforted it. We really got through this easily. I hummed contentedly as I looked down at the fallen Kuanping, half fish, half bird. Moreover, the flying monster battle, which had to be fought once every 5 stages, was now counted as complete. We had really handled it smoothly. We deliberately violated the insomnia period to incur penalties, customized the dark event and the goddess's blessing for this battle, and even deployed a natural enemy, the serpent. Thanks to the royal scepter, we could handle 4 stages with ease. When the strategies I prepared worked beautifully, there was no greater joy as a conqueror. I indulged in self-satisfaction for a moment. My strategies are excellent, although it seems like cheating with the royal scepter. But Your Highness. Just then, Junior approached hesitantly. I turned with a questioning sound. That equipment Jormungandr is wearing. Shell of the old god? Yes. While Jormungandr's use is highly effective. Junior glanced at me furtively. Wouldn't it also be greatly helpful for someone on our side who has lost their strength to use it? For example, who? Like Lady Hecate? Junior twisted her hair with her fingers and stammered. Guessing who she had in mind, I chuckled. Hecate's power is entangled with ancient curses. Those curses are now subordinated to me. I'm not sure if I can fully restore her power. Ah! And more importantly, I turned my gaze. Junior also looked in that direction. The Gamblers' Club members were putting on an impromptu magic show, and Jormungandr, no longer a mythical creature but just a slightly larger snake, was enjoying itself, swishing around. Even if one could regain their prime for 10 minutes per battle, what then? After the duration ends, they have to return to their current selves, restoring the lost prime form. For some, this effect could be as addictive as a drug. If misused, especially if someone longing for their prime used this equipment, it could be very dangerous. The past is just the past. We have to move forward. It's a harsh truth, but those who have lost must learn to live with their loss. Whether it's a past connection, a lifelong achievement, or anything else, what's gone is gone. There's no other way. Junior, looking sorrowful with her lips tightly pressed together, sighed deeply. I'm worried about Lady Hecate. Me too. I'm worried. I smiled gently at Junior. Let's hope that after this struggle and pain, happiness will come to her. Not just Hecate, but everyone here on the front lines who has lost something, big or small. May they accept their loss and rise again. May they have the courage to overcome the harsh challenges. I can only support them. A few days after stage 44 ended, a modest funeral was held west of the city. It was a joint funeral for those who had died after stage 40. Some soldiers who were injured during the Nightbringer battle in stage 41 had succumbed to their wounds. In stages 42 and 43, a few regular soldiers were killed by the final struggles of the remaining monsters. And in stage 44, although there were no battle casualties, in the Temple of Crossroad, someone dear to all of us passed away peacefully after living a full life. On a hill beside the gravesite, Damien was crying, his face a mess of tears and snot. In Damien's cupped hands, a small bundle of fur covered with a white cloth, a hamster lay peacefully. Yes, Padangi had passed away. At 2.5 years old, it had lived a long hamster life. We couldn't hold its funeral with the soldiers who had died fighting, but after the ceremony, those who knew Padangi came to mourn. After respectfully conducting the soldiers' funerals, I finished all the schedules and went to Damien. Our Padangi, it was eating sunflower seeds so well until yesterday, but it just went to sleep like this, full and round. You took good care of it, so Padangi was happy too. I feel like I was a lacking owner. Sniff? Damien sniffled and looked toward the temple. I have a flower bed I take care of at the temple. I plan to bury it there. All right, bury it well in a sunny spot. I wondered if burying it so close would just keep making him sad whenever he went there, but it didn't seem to matter. At Damien's feet was a small hamster cage, with another young hamster busily running around inside. "Who's this?" I asked curiously, and Damien scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "A few months ago, I took Padongi to the Crossroad Hamster Club. We call it Crossham. Is that another secret organization I don't know about? How many secret groups are there in this city?" Padongi ended up impregnating a female hamster there. So he already had offspring? What a fiery little guy. The babies were born, and they asked me to take care of one, so I've been raising it. Ha! Looks like Damien's hamster master life will continue for a few more years. I looked at the little hamster bustling around in the cage and asked, "What's its name?" "Padong 2. I flinched. "What? Padong 2. Padong 2. Padong? The name's the same." "No, it's completely different. It's Padong 2. Padong I? Padong 2. Damien clenched one fist and extended his index and middle fingers, shaking them while shouting Padong 2. The pronunciation is exactly the same. How is it different? They even look almost identical. TL note: the confusion comes with how 2 is pronounced in Korean. It's pronounced I, so Ash thinks he is saying Padongi, which was the name of the original hamster, while Damien is saying Padong 2. I was going to name it Padong Jr., but I thought that might be awkward. Yeah, that would definitely be awkward. Anyway, though not as many as the fallen soldiers, Padongi received quite a bit of mourning as well. Especially the elves, who are somewhat like rodents, and the muscular guys who bathed with it in the sand, showed their sorrow. How many Crossham members are among them? After the cleanup, I headed to the temple with Damien. There were a few other heroes hospitalized there whom I needed to see. Especially the Emperor and the Emperor and the Emperor. He gets very bored in the hospital and keeps calling for me. So I visit the temple at least once a day. Chatting with Damien, we entered the temple entrance. "Your Highness!" High Priestess Rosetta came running out urgently. I looked at her, puzzled. "What's the matter?" "King Poseidon has regained consciousness." I was startled. King Poseidon had been in a coma since the battle with the Black Dragon. The king of the merfolk had finally woken up. "He urgently requests your presence." "I'll go right away." Giving Damien a nod, I quickly followed Rosetta into the temple. "This way." "Thank you." As I carefully stepped into the room Rosetta pointed to, I saw the merfolk king soaking in a tub of holy water and potion. He looked decades older than before. His once muscular body was emaciated, and his beautiful bronze skin was dry and lifeless. "King Poseidon, how are you feeling?" I approached and asked, and the merfolk king slowly looked at me with weak eyes. "It seems we've managed to protect the world, Prince Ash. Everyone combined their strength. King Poseidon, you did a great deed as well." "Yes, the world is safe," King Poseidon added bitterly. "For now, at least." Sensing something ominous in his words, I stared at the merfolk king. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "I saw it." "What did you see?" "When I barely escaped from the Lake Kingdom and crawled out through the entrance of the Black Lake." King Poseidon, who had been left alone in the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom, returned by his own strength. He was talking about that time. Recalling that time, the merfolk king's eyes trembled. Chains of darkness poured out from the Lake Kingdom, extending hundreds, thousands of strands out of the Black Lake. I frowned. Chains? I had seen something like that before. Those chains grabbed someone, binding their entire body, and pulled them into the Black Lake. King Poseidon looked at me. "Who do you think that person was?" I instinctively knew. Nameless. Yes, and she was undoubtedly. King Poseidon spoke with difficulty. Turning into a monster. Bound by chains, consumed by that darkness, being dragged into the Black Lake, she could hardly maintain her human form. I remained silent, and King Poseidon continued. Our eyes met, and she spoke to me. What did she say? She asked me to tell you. I clenched my eyes shut at his next words. To kill her. She said that was the only path left. The despair I felt from her was greater than what I felt from the Nightbringer. I knew instantly. King Poseidon's shoulders trembled. She is the true master of darkness that will destroy this world. At that moment, I felt a strong vibration at my waist. I urgently pulled out the source of the vibration. It was the royal scepter from the Lake Kingdom. The jewel at the head of the scepter, which had been emitting a brilliant cyan light, gradually dimmed. Alarmed, I focused my consciousness on the scepter, but I could no longer use its power. The authority within the scepter has been reclaimed. This phenomenon meant only one thing. I clenched the now powerless scepter tightly. My adversary had returned. The Demon King had come back. Chapter 719. The Demon King opened his eyes. His face, formed of shadows, displayed two hazy outlines of eyes. Struggling, he raised his shadowy body from where he lay submerged in a tar-like black liquid. Refined nightmare. Here, the dreams of millions of citizens from the Lake Kingdom were collected, extracting only the deepest nightmares. Within this nightmare, they extracted the fear from the subconscious, the memories of destruction imprinted in human genes. These resurrected nightmares are the true nature of the monsters. Ancient creatures that once threatened humanity's survival, the shadows of those memories. And the Demon King was certain that the person he was searching for was also within this nightmare. Thus, he had endlessly repeated the world, meticulously searching every part of the nightmare, even after delving into the deepest abyss this time. Where could she be? He still couldn't find her. For the first time, the Demon King felt fatigue. Despite never tiring during the countless long searches, he now felt exhaustion. So much time had passed. Even the player who had fought him with indomitable will could no longer continue the game. The Demon King fully stood up and exited the room of nightmares. Rumble. The wall between the nightmare room and the audience hall opened to the sides, and the Demon King stepped out behind the throne in the audience hall. I must have searched the nightmares for quite a long time. The Demon King intended to grasp the current situation of this game. It would be troublesome if the human world had already ended. Cromwell. The Demon King called for his loyal servant and the acting commander, the Demon Guard captain. Cromwell, where are you? Eventually, he found her. Outside the castle, in front of the sewers. In this filthy place, filled with collected nightmare residue and trash, lay the brutally dismembered corpse of Cromwell. Had she been chewed up by the Black Dragon? The second in command of the Nightmare Legion lay with her body crushed and burned. Her expression twisted in agony, reaching out to the sky. The Demon Guard captain's body was already decaying, rotting among the piled corpses of his subordinates. What a pity! The grotesque and repulsive sight of the intertwined rotting demon bodies only evoked a flicker of pity on the Demon King's face. Why are you dead in such a place? My loyal servant. The Demon King clicked his tongue and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap dash. I never gave you permission to die. Then the black darkness enveloping the Lake Kingdom surged down, pouring over the bodies of the dead Cromwell and the demon guards. Rise, Cromwell. It's too pitiful to end like this in such a place. The Demon King's white lips curled into a long smile. At the very least, you should tread the mortal realm before you die. Right? With that, squirm. The corpses of the Demon Guard captain and his subordinates, who were undoubtedly dead, pulsed as if life had returned. Crack, crack. Soon, the eerie sound of joints snapping emanated from the corpses, followed by screech, a dash. Cromwell twisted her body grotesquely as she rose. Her entire body, decayed, crushed, and shattered, stood hideously on the ground. Her lifeless eyes, showing only the whites, opened eerily. Oh! A sinister green magic power coiled around the giant antlers on her head, connecting her to her subordinates. Screech. Following Cromwell, the corpses of the demon guards also rose one by one, screaming horrifically. Facing the moving corpses, The Demon King's white smile grew even more wicked and deep. In front of the castle at the fountain plaza, Nameless was bound to the fountain. No longer spurting clean or dirty water, the dried-up fountain had her tied with pitch-black chains. She sat on the ground with her head bowed, completely motionless. In front of her stood Crown. She stood there, quietly watching as the chains dug into her sister's body, slowly tainting her once pure skin. Footsteps echoed. Crown turned towards the source of the sound, the castle. From the open castle door, a shadowy figure descended the long staircase. A flickering presence, literally shaped like a human shadow. Crown spat out the name with disdain. Demon King, the king of monsters, who had remained hidden for so long, had finally returned from the nightmare. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. Clicking his tongue, the Demon King descended the stairs, surveying his surroundings. I left the grand game to Cromwell, and she cut the chessboard to pieces. She's loyal but always lacked the ability to handle things without direct orders. And who is this? The eternal rebel of the Lake Kingdom, the deposed princess herself. The Demon King slowly approached the bound Nameless. A pitiful sight, bound by the nightmares of your own people. But what can you do? It was you who made them cling to you like this, Nameless. The Demon King picked up the chains binding Nameless. As the chains rattled in his fingers, he sneered. You showed them hope. You promised them salvation. When a false promise is made and not fulfilled, a price must be paid. These chains emerged from the nightmares of the Lake Kingdom citizens. The collective unconscious, the collective consciousness. From within distilled resentment. Resentment towards the royalty that plunged the kingdom into despair and hell. Resentment towards the failed savior who spread false hope. The world was nearing its end, and the possibility of salvation was diminishing. The people sought someone to bear this long suffering in their stead. Bear our nightmares for us. Nameless did not refuse. She could not. Through the chains connected to her body, the people's nightmares seeped in. The immortal nightmares of every person in this country piled up inside Nameless. Nameless was engulfed by the collective nightmares of millions. Her consciousness was slowly melting into them. And when her consciousness fully dissolved into this nightmare, Nameless would transform into the ultimate monster, the aggregate of all nightmares. Crown quietly watched her sister. Even while listening to the Demon King's mockery, her poor sister, who bore the curse of all the people, was slowly succumbing to the darkness. The Demon King turned his gaze from Nameless to Crown. Even now, you still want to save your sister, Crown? Is it because of familial love? The Demon King sneered. What is it about those shallow emotions between people that everyone in this world clings to? You too. Crown quietly opened her mouth. Aren't you the same, Demon King? What? You're searching for that woman endlessly in the nightmares. The eyes behind Crown's mask gleamed coldly with ridicule. Isn't that also love? The shadowy face of the Demon King twisted. A jester dares to speak presumptuously. It's the same for you, Demon King. Now Crown openly laughed. You two are just a jester for the outer gods. Crash. With a gesture in the air, the Demon King slammed Crown's head to the ground with an invisible force. Crown didn't even groan. Blood trickled from his smashed forehead, flowing down his mask. My feelings for that woman are not love. The Demon King cracked his knuckles. It's merely guilt. Didn't you say before that if thinking of someone makes your heart race, your body tremble, and tears well up, that's what love is? Crown laughed softly. Your obsession with saving that woman, from what I've seen, is undoubtedly love. Crown. The Demon King's voice turned icy. I included your memory in this endless cycle as a punishment. So you, the culprit who plunged your kingdom into this hell, would pay for your sins. It wasn't to make you talk presumptuously. The Demon King snapped his fingers lightly, and an invisible force choked Crown. But Crown, already indifferent to death, continued speaking. He had long abandoned formal speech. Isn't this endless cycle coming to an end? What? Your player Ader is broken, and even Ash, his successor, has reached the final round. The game of destruction won't continue any longer. This is the final round. The last game. That was undoubtedly true for Ader and Ash. But the Demon King denied it lightly. The final round? That's for the player and his successor. My soul hasn't worn down from this ordeal. I'll just find the next player, the next successor, and start the next game. Until he finds that woman in this eternal nightmare. Crown shook his head at the Demon King's obsessive determination. Why not give up by now? What? The woman you're looking for isn't in this nightmare. It's time to acknowledge that. The Demon King had already dredged up all the monsters from the deepest part of the nightmare. There wasn't a nightmare he hadn't scrutinized. The woman, she isn't in the nightmares of this Lake Kingdom. Crown thought, but the Demon King shook his head vehemently.
No.
She is definitely in these nightmares. She has to be. And I will save her no matter what, even if I have to infinitely destroy your kingdom and your world. I'll do it willingly. Looking down at Crown, who had his forehead pressed to the ground, the Demon King growled wickedly. You will continue to be crushed and watch helplessly, Jester, witnessing everything you love being engulfed by darkness and perishing. Infinitely, eternally. The Demon King walked past the Fountain Plaza into the darkness of the kingdom. Watching the Demon King's retreating figure, Crown thought, it is the end for me too. He had accompanied countless cycles of this game, even if only as an observer. Crown's soul had also reached its limit. He instinctively knew there would be no next cycle for him. And if he vanished too, if the game repeated yet again, his poor sister would suffer in this hell without even a hateful brother by her side. At that moment, Ea, nameless, who had been bound motionless to the fountain, slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to have heard the conversation between the Demon King and Crown earlier. She muttered the name of a certain person from that conversation.
Ed,
Ah, why did I forget that name? Her white, gray hair, tied with a red ribbon from the last festival, swayed gently. I gave him that name. Finally recalling the distant past, Nameless sobbed quietly. He was fighting too, for over 500 years. No, not just 500 years. Repeating this world countless times, Ader has been opposing the Demon King. For one reason only. To save you. Solely for Nameless. Crown knew but didn't say it. He didn't want to prolong his sister's suffering. Ader, Ash, and myself. This is the last. The final opportunity to confront the Demon King and end this cursed game. Save my sister, Ash. Keep your promise. As Nameless continued to sob, more black chains flew at her, wrapping around her body. Crown quietly watched his sister's corruption, wishing, I deserve to perish. My kingdom must also pay for its sins. But my sister alone, must be saved. Crown bit his lip. He had been a useless brother all his life, but if he could save his sister in the end, he would do anything for that. To save their precious ones. Everyone was diving into their own personal hell. Into the perpetually repeating cycle where no one had yet found salvation. Hoping that someone would eventually break this cycle. Chapter 720. Crossroad. Temple. I had numerous conversations with King Poseidon. Nameless corruption, the Demon King's return, the state of the Lake Kingdom and future plans, and also about King Poseidon's retirement. He had expended all his physical and mental strength in the last battle against the Black Dragon. His current appearance, having aged significantly, was proof of that. Of course, it only means stepping down from the front lines. I will remain in this city and help in any way I can. King Poseidon looked at his withered hand. Besides, I am still wielding the power of our ancestral deity. At least until I pass this power onto my successor, I must stay here. I nodded but then paused, recalling Hecate and the Glory Knights. I had prevented their retirement. I had stopped them from leaving the front lines. I wanted them to find answers to how they should live moving forward here on the front lines, rather than fleeing in despair, thinking their lives were useless. But was this the right decision as their superior? Wasn't it just my unnecessary meddling? Do you have someone in mind as your successor? Shaking off my thoughts, I asked. King Poseidon scratched his chin with a somewhat troubled expression. I hinted to Serenade about it in advance. What? I blurted out in shock. You're going to make Serenade your successor? No, that's not it. King Poseidon hurriedly waved his hands with an awkward smile. The person I have in mind for my successor is someone Serenade really dislikes. So, I sought her consent first. Someone Serenade dislikes? The one I intend to pass the power of the ancestral deity to is someone every merchant on this continent dreads. King Poseidon crossed his arms and looked at me cautiously. Have you ever heard of the Rompeler pirates? I looked stunned. I vaguely remembered discussing them with someone else a long time ago. Of course, I know. They're the worst pirates in the southern continent, the most notorious among the roaming hostile NPCs. Come to think of it, their leader in the game had blue hair. He must be of merfolk blood. I plan to make them my successor. King Poseidon nodded awkwardly as he said this. First the bandit King Kuilin, now the pirate King Rompeler. It was a moment where connections with new heroes were being made. Am I going to collect bandits by attributes now, following my role as a master of captured monsters? The Demon King had returned, and the authority of the royal scepter, which had been so useful, was also reclaimed. Taking back what you gave is cruel. Thanks to it, we managed to breeze through the final 4 stages, but still it felt a bit disappointing now that it was gone. And with the Demon King's return, the mysterious fog that blocked the teleport gate had also cleared. Now we could re-enter the Lake Kingdom. This is stage 45. Once again, we were at a boss stage. This made reconnaissance even more critical than usual, so I planned to assemble an elite squad for a direct scouting mission into the dungeon. Wait a moment, Lord. Ader, who had suddenly rolled into my office, stopped me. Please decide carefully about entering the dungeon this time. It's going to be different from usual. Prepare thoroughly before entering, and be aware that after this, many things will change. After hearing Ader's warning in a daze, I asked, so what are you saying? It's like one of those RPG warnings. Entering this dungeon will progress the main scenario event? You can't go back, so prepare thoroughly. At my geeky example, Ader clutched his stomach in laughter. Well, it's not exactly that grand, but after his laughter subsided, Ader nodded. If you visit the dungeon this time, a trigger will activate, advancing the final boss transformation of a certain someone, and the stage progression to the ending will be confirmed. It's about that scale. That's plenty grand. I was astonished. Ader scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at me. And it will be my last time in this city. When you go on this free exploration, this poor director will leave Crossroad. So I came to say my final goodbye. Then it hit me. The end was indeed near. Just as there are events in games that start the ending sequence, this free exploration seemed to be such an event. Some will eventually leave, some will fall into darkness, and those who remain, whatever happens, they must continue to fight. Sigh. Even if I ask where you're going, you won't answer, right? Ader just gave a bitter smile at my grumbling. I'm just trying to help you on your way, so please understand. All right, I'll trust you. And I thought I'd tell you an old story. Is that okay? Surprised, I opened my eyes wide and asked urgently, are you finally going to tell me your love story? No matter how much I pried, he always avoided it. But could I finally hear the summary of Lake Kingdom love unfolds? Yes. Well, it is my unrequited love story. Ader awkwardly brushed his mouth and cast a distant look through his glasses. All the events that took place 500 years ago in the Lake Kingdom. How the most prosperous magical city-state in the world fell. How it became a hell that spews monsters. Who orchestrated it and how the survivors tried to overcome the downfall.
Ede smiled bitterly.
Knowing this might help you with the final adjustments. Ader and I sat opposite each other on the office sofa. After clasping and unclasping his fingers, Ader slowly began to speak. Where should I start? No, the beginning of the story is fixed. His gray eyes suddenly sparkled with a distant, transparent light. When I first met her, 500 years ago, Lake Kingdom, the most prosperous magical city-state in the world, Lake Kingdom, floated above a clear, turquoise lake. The entire country, suspended in the air over the lake, was a testament to the kingdom's formidable magical prowess and also a form of protection against invasions. The history of humanity can be seen as a history of resisting extinction. Lake Kingdom's royal palace. The king of Lake Kingdom, seated on his throne, spoke slowly as he surveyed the entire nation floating in the air. In ancient times, humanity struggled to survive under the tyranny of various divine beings. Later, in the historical era, we fought with all our might to survive as a weak race amidst countless uprisings. We defined all beings that sought to exterminate humanity as monsters, and we fought against them together, regardless of nationality or affiliation. The king's speech was calm but resonated throughout the audience chamber. Our Lake Kingdom was at the forefront of such humanity. Before the king, numerous knights and mages knelt on one knee, listening respectfully. Our kingdom was the first to discover the guardian beasts of humanity, and the first among humans to kindle the flames of magic. Moreover, the king's voice and image were being broadcast across the entire Lake Kingdom through magical devices. For hundreds of years, countless invasions sought to extinguish that flame. To avoid those invasions, we moved our base from the land to the lake. And even then, as the kingdom remained precarious, we eventually lifted the entire country into the air like this. Across the floating Lake Kingdom, people filled the streets, listening intently to the king's speech. And today, finally, after 500 years since the founding, we can proclaim it. The king slowly stood up. A brilliant hope shone on his face, broadcast throughout the city. Proud citizens of the Lake Kingdom, the king roared, spreading his arms wide. We have won. Cheers erupted from the streets filled with people. We have succeeded in repelling the last of the final monster legions. Indeed, today was none other than the victory declaration ceremony. Having eradicated the last bloodline monster legion, this event confirmed that no beings threatening humanity remained in the world. Also, I hereby proclaim, the king clenched his fist. Our Lake Kingdom has seized the hegemony of the world. Cheers and applause shook the entire country at the king's declaration. Knights and mages in the audience chamber, unable to contain their joy, shouted as well. The magical achievements of the Lake Kingdom were extraordinarily advanced. They were incomparable to other human nations and overwhelmingly superior even to the 4 major non-human races who had discovered and used magic first. Despite efforts by these non-human countries and even other human nations to bring down the Lake Kingdom, the technological gap eventually became insurmountable. Representatives of the 4 major non-human races and envoys from other human nations, attending the victory declaration ceremony, all wore bitter smiles. For hundreds of years, the Lake Kingdom had fought at the forefront against monsters and achieved magical advancement proportional to the bloodshed. Now was the time to monopolize and savor the fruits of that labor. Be proud, my people. We have protected this world, and we stand at the pinnacle of this world. The king shook his fist. Now, our Lake Kingdom will remain the undisputed ruler of the world forever. The entire city-state resounded with cheers and applause. In front of the knights and mages shedding tears and applauding, a young princess, watching her father deliver the speech, also clapped with a radiant smile. The young princess, with long, flowing silver hair and deep turquoise eyes like the lake. Her name was Ariel. TL note, Owel. At the same time, while all the citizens of the Lake Kingdom rejoiced at the king's proclamation under the brilliant sunlight, Wow! In the shadows, all the non-citizens were. In the outer sector, outside the inner district, they were still handling rough and dirty work. It seems there's good news. Sewer. A non-citizen boy, helping clean up the sewage, covered in filth and grease, looked towards the distant royal palace. He listened quietly to the king's victory declaration from afar, then raised both hands and cheered. I wonder if I'll ever get to visit that palace someday. The boy muttered with a faint smile. Now that our country's path is paved with glory, I wonder if someone like me will ever bask in that light. Immediately, the boy adjusted his grip on the broom with a gasp. The sewer manager was glaring at him with sharp eyes from afar. The boy diligently swept the trash and rat corpses from the sewers, the shining royal palace and the glory of the country. It was all a distant story. The boy didn't know that within a few days he would enter that royal palace, and that the future path of the Lake Kingdom would be not of glory, but filled with downfall. At this time, the boy had no idea